to them, but that was missing here in Pahalgam's Papatnar village when Sayyid Adil, here local, who is hailed as a hero, was laid to rest. Having said that, it is second day of shutdown in Pahalgam, and decided today's all-party meeting. Chief Minister and Cabinet has also advised Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor to summon a special one-day session of the Assembly on 28th, where a resolution will be also passed against terrorism and the violence and killing of the innocent people. There are multiple, there is literally a political movement against violence, against militancy in Kashmir. But what is more distressing, what Chief Minister was trying to say, that the people of the rest of the country should not see, people of Kashmir as enemies. People of Kashmir have been worst victims of terrorism and violence. Thousands of people have been killed in violence and terrorism. And today, and since yesterday or 2 days, they have been showing their resolve against terrorism. Why he was saying that there are distressing calls from the students, traders, and others who are in different states of the country. They are facing threats, and some of them have been allegedly manhandled or threatened to leave some areas. So that is what is worrying the government here and the political parties. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti has also spoken to Home Minister Amit Shah this morning, and she has expressed her deep sorrow over that loss of lives. At the same time, she has flagged this issue of harassment of Kashmiris after this attack in some parts of the country. Having said that, India's decision to suspend Indus Water Treaty will be having long and serious implications. It is the lifeline of Pakistan, which has now India has said it can't go, water cannot flow like this. These are three rivers, Chenab, Jhelum and Indus, and its water is being used by Pakistan. And it's first time India has taken such a very strong punitive action against Pakistan. And why we heard Prime Minister speaking
action taken
in
by
Bihar.
the government of India in the wake of this horrific incident. In the meanwhile, the movie Abir Gulal, starring Pakistani actor Fawad Khan and Indian actress Vani Kapoor, will not be allowed to release in India. This is according to the sources from the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. This movie, it was set to release on the 9th of May, is what we understand at the moment. And my colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, from what we understand at this moment, the Information and Broadcasting Ministry has blocked the movie. Take us through the latest details.
Well, the Indian government is in a view that terror and cultural engagements can't go hand in hand, and therefore the reason, perhaps after the request being made by the IFTDA President Ashok Pandit that this movie should not be released on India, which stars Pakistani actor Fawad Khan. The IB sources have indicated to us that now the decision has been taken that the movie will not be released, and no cultural engagements with Pakistan will take place from here on, be it any movie or be it any musical concerts or shows of the Pakistani artist in India. And therefore the reason perhaps this decision was taken, which was supposed to release on May 9th. This movie stars Pakistan actor Fawad Khan, and apart from it, it is also Vani Kapoor, the Indian actor, which was playing a lead role into this. But now, after repeated requests being made by the IFTDA and also many multiplexes writing it down to the ministry that they will not screen this movie, the final decision on the part of the Information Broadcasting had been taken that Abir Gulal, the movie which stars Pakistan actor, will not be released in India.
Right, Aishwarya, stay with us because another big story that we are tracking. India has justified suspending the Indus Water Treaty due to the Pakistan's alleged support for cross-border terrorism, eroding the mutual trust between the two countries. This suspension is framed as a sovereign right to protect national interests, a measured and legally backed response after exhausting all diplomatic options. Remember, India has issued a formal notice to Pakistan on the 25th of January in 2023, following Pakistan's repeated invocation of dispute resolution mechanisms. Now, India has emphasized its restraint and adherence to procedural fairness, asserting it will not be taken for granted. And Aishwarya is there with us. Aishwarya, it is in fact a big diplomatic decision in the wake of this horrific incident.
Well, to suspend the Indus Water Treaty, it will certainly break the backbone of Pakistani economy. There would be a food crisis, there would be water crisis in the regions of Punjab, where our water flows from India. According to the provisions, if we go back to what was signed in 1960, the provision clearly states that the eastern rivers which flows that will be unrestrictively used by India, and the western rivers, which consist of 3 rivers, will be going towards Pakistan, and there was no exit clause involved into it. Of course, the Indian government had been trying hard since many years that there should be proper reservoirs, canals, therefore if needed, then India can divert that water towards back to India, and that could be used for agricultural purposes in these states like Punjab, Haryana and Rajasthan as well. But it will be a long run process, but it is not impossible. The steps that has been taken by the CCS yesterday to suspend the Indus Water Treaty, now it has come down to the execution. We've been told today at 4 p.m. at the Ministry of Jal Shakti under the chairmanship of Union Minister C.R. Patil, along with the officials of the MEA and the MHA, the execution plan and the implementation plan would be further processed. It was also stated to us that the Pakistani officials who used to come to the hydraulic projects which was under construction, now that will also be stopped very soon. So clearly a message from India to corner Pakistan. Of course, this has come into a light. To understand it, that earlier during the Pulwama attack also there were demands that Indus Water Treaty should be suspended, but at that point of time it was the Indian government that was in view that the terror perpetrators should be punished, and therefore to identify them we had earlier conducted airstrikes back in Pakistan, but this time it was innocent civilians who were killed. So why not when many are saying that it is the Pakistani government's hand, it is those innocent civilians who were killed in revenge, in an action against that, whether there would be if the civilians of Pakistani suffers, then what's the harm of on it? And therefore the reason perhaps today it was in Surat, Jal Shakti Minister Mr. C.R. Patil clearly stated that now the steps will be taken in the right direction. We are going to execute and implement the decision made by the government of India, and there would be water supply that would be stopped from the Indian soil towards Pakistan.
All right, what could be the impact on Pakistan? We'll try and understand that from our guest, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, the former Consul General to Karachi in Pakistan. Sir, welcome to NDTV. Ambassador Dogra, I want to understand from you the regional and economic impact on Pakistan. The Indus Water Treaty, it allocates 80% of Indus Basin water to Pakistan, which is very critical for its agriculture and economy. How severe could the suspension's impact be on Pakistan's water security, and what are the potential consequences here?
Well, firstly, I think your viewers should need to understand that this was one of the most generous treaty in the world, forced on India when it was in financial difficulty by America, because America at that time was heavily invested in Pakistan for whatever strategic reasons it had. There is no reason otherwise why 80%, as you said very rightly, of your own water should go into Pakistan, another country which has always been less than friendly, to put it very politely. Look at China in contrast. Whenever it wants, it puts up a dam, diverts Brahmaputra to wherever it wants. It's putting up one of the biggest dams in the world on Brahmaputra River. Despite warnings, there's an earthquake-prone area, and the downstream country, which means India, could be flooded in a massive fashion and could have massive earthquakes. So please think of what has been happening to India because of this misconceived generosity of water to Pakistan. When the treaty was signed, let me give you another background. The Indian negotiator, a person called Gulati, did not even use his imagination to think that Indian population might increase in Jammu and Kashmir and in Punjab. He did not use his imagination to think that Indian agriculture needs might be massive after 1960, which is exactly what happened. Because when we got East Punjab after partition, it was semi-desert, and it was only the hard work of Indians that it bloomed again. That desert was made to bloom by the hard work and sweat of Indians. So we needed water in a much greater fashion than in 1960, which is not available to us. So it is our right to first take care of our needs and then to think of others. The third point is, why should we think of others when they are bleeding us to death? So I
Absolutely.
think our priorities are wrong and have been very wrong all through. That we thought, no, 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 no. Why should we stop water to Pakistan? Why couldn't we think that we need water to drink? We need water for our industry. We need water for our agriculture. Every which sector of that is growing. So I think this is a misplaced notion that, by cutting off water, Pakistan will become a desert. Jinnah wanted that.
Yeah.
Jinnah is on record and saying, I've written it in my book, Where Borders Bleed, that this was before partition when Britishers consulted Jinnah and Nehru on the division of waters. So Pandit Nehru, being generous, he said, whatever is fair, let it go to them. Jinnah said, no, 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 no. I would rather have desert in Pakistan than take Hindu water. So now the wheel has turned full circle. If the worst comes to worst, let Pakistan become a desert. We need our water, and it should irrigate and take care of needs of people of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab.
Ambassador Dogra, I also want to understand from you the role of third parties like the World Bank. Now, how might this decision affect the broader South Asian stability, including the relations with the third parties like the World Bank, which actually brokered the Indus Water Treaty? How do you see that?
Well, again, let me take you back to history. India had been under pressure from America from 1952 onwards to sign this, to agree to some unequal arrangement. India was not agreeing. So finally, the American ambassador in Islamabad sends back a telegram to Washington saying that India is in grave financial difficulty. This is the time to teach Pandit Nehru the rules of international behavior. And what are the rules of international behavior? Put pressure through World Bank, because that is going to finance, and make India sign on the dotted line. And we signed on the dotted line. Not only did we sign on the dotted line, at a time when we were in acute financial difficulty, that agreement made us give $2 billion in today's terms. It was about 160 billion pounds at that time. 2 billion pounds to Pakistan so that it could further add to its irrigation facilities. So can you imagine anything worse than that? The second thing is, World Bank did not have any mandate at that time in 1960. That semi-mandate came much later in this millennium. It did not have any mandate to mediate or to arbitrate between two countries and to get them to sign this kind of an agreement. So it was invalid, it was a blackmail to begin with, and India would be within its rights, including going by American example of abrogating treaties, including going by Chinese example of not honoring arbitration awards which went in Philippines. So let's not fool ourselves. We should be firm in our decision, and we should be firm in our message to the world that, sorry, it's gone on for too long. We cannot suffer anymore.
Absolutely, and enough is enough. You very rightly put it there, Ambassador Dogra. Thank you very much for speaking with NDTV, sir. Meanwhile, massive protests have erupted outside the Pakistan High Commission in Delhi's Chanakyapuri area. Demonstrators, including the members of the BJP, They raised slogans expressing outrage over Pakistan's alleged role. These protests were fueled further by India's diplomatic measures, including suspending the Indus Water Treaty, closing the Atari-Wagah border, and expelling the Pakistani military attachés. The Delhi police, in the meanwhile, they had later dispersed and redirected the protesters to Jantar Mantar, and similar demonstrations have occurred across India, reflecting the widespread anger and the solidarity with the victims.
Today there is a lot of anger among the Indians over the cowardly attack in Kashmir that took place, which in fact targeted the innocent tourists there. And you can see this crowd on the streets of the national capital who are trying to march towards the Pakistan High Commission. You can see that all of these people have gathered under the banner of Anti-Terror Action Forum, but it has been supported by the Delhi BJP as well. We have the Delhi BJP President Virendra Singh ji with us. Sir, आज आप प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या डिमांड्स हैं?
ये प्रोटेस्ट हर भारतीय का प्रोटेस्ट है, पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ, पाकिस्तान समर्थित आतंकवाद के खिलाफ और देश के दुश्मनों को माकूल जवाब दिया जाए। पाकिस्तान ने जो हरकत की है उसका हिसाब लिया जाए। उस मांग को लेकर आज ये दिल्ली वाले इकट्ठे हुए हैं। कल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने जो प्रतिबंध लगाए हैं वो तो अभी ट्रेलर है, अभी सिर्फ पाकिस्तान का पानी बंद किया है। हमें हर उस आतंकवादी की सांस भी बंद चाहिए जिसने ये कायराना हरकत की है। उन 26 भारतीयों ने जो खून बहाया है, जो वीर गति को प्राप्त हुए हैं, उनके कातिलों को जब तक उनका सत्यानाश नहीं कर देते, उनका नामो निशान नहीं मिटा देते, हर भारतीय का ये गुस्सा सड़क पर दिखाई देता है।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive
Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakti.
Welcome back. In the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack, the entire city has now turned into a virtual ghost town. The shutters were down at the shops. The streets wore a deserted look. In fact, NDTV is on the ground. NDTV Shivarur brings us this report from Pahalgam on how a tourist hotspot has now turned into a virtual ghost town.
The trauma of what happened here in Pahalgam hasn't evaporated yet. Just about 6 kilometers in that direction is where the massacre happened just a couple of days ago. But here in Pahalgam town, which is usually bustling with tourists, crowded, just look at the streets behind me and look at this market strip. This particular Pahalgam city center, as it is, this town center rather, is usually full of shoppers. The restaurants are usually full of people, famously eating the local trout from the Lidder River, enjoying themselves. There are street carts usually in this part of town. This famous market is really the center of this hill station. Every single shutter is down. You've got a small number of locals sitting haplessly outside their shops, wondering what really to do. There was a Bandh call on the first day. There isn't one today, interestingly, but still no shutters are open. I saw a couple of medical stores open, which is understandable. There are lots of elderly people who live and work here. But ultimately, every single shutter, as you can see, is down. Shopkeepers have no reason to keep them open because most people have completely exited Pahalgam. They've gone to Srinagar and gotten out of Jammu and Kashmir. Even when we arrived earlier today, we saw many people from Pahalgam at the airport making their way out of Kashmir. How is this going to be sustainable is the big question. What do these shutters down really portend for the economy of Kashmir? This is one small part of the overall holiday destination economy of Jammu and Kashmir, but it's a very, very important one. There aren't so many. And remember, what's happened here in Pahalgam has had a chilling effect on the rest of Jammu and Kashmir. As someone very rightly said in a shop, and she didn't want to be on camera, she said, everyone in Jammu and Kashmir feels exactly the same way right now. What the future holds for Pahalgam, we don't know. With Ashwini Mehra, Shivarur for NDTV.
Well, it is indeed a deserted town, Pahalgam, in the aftermath of the horrific terror attack that struck Pahalgam 2 days ago. It occurred on the 22nd of April. It has significant repercussions in the region, and one of those was what Shivarur of NDTV was showing. Meanwhile, the Israeli envoy to India, Reuven Azar, he has spoken on the Pahalgam attack. He has expressed his solidarity and Israel's solidarity with India, saying that we stand with India against terror, and these attacks are absolutely unacceptable.
The recent terror attacks in Pahalgam has shocked the world, to say the least. India has been extended a helping hand from a lot of nations. Israel is one of them. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has already extended a helping hand. We have with us today a special guest, Israel's ambassador to India, Mr. Reuven Azar. Thanks a lot for speaking to us. So, to start with, sir, how are India and Israel collaborating on this major, global terrorism issue that happened just a few hours ago in India?
Well, Vishal, first of all, allow me to send my condolences to the families of the murdered and wish swift recovery to those wounded. This has been a terrible, terrible attack. It's shocking. People have the right to go on vacation. It's completely unacceptable that people will be attacked while they are on vacation, or while they are celebrating their honeymoon, or they are going to a music festival. We cannot accept that. We have to fight that, and I'm happy that the government of India is so resolute and determined to fight it in all the ways possible, both militarily, politically, foreign policy-wise, media-wise. It's very important, and we will continue to cooperate. We've been cooperating in different ways, when it comes to methodologies, with technologies, with intelligence, and these are things that we are learning from each other all the time. We'll continue to do so. We have to join hands, because this is really the biggest challenge of our century. We are seeing this all over the world, and we have to create a situation in which this won't continue. And both steps are required.
And sir, a lot of reports suggest that there were some Hamas people who visited Pakistan in the recent past, in the last 1 month or two. And there was a lot of parallels being drawn between how Hamas executed those October 7 attacks and how these attacks happened. So what does Israel have to say about that? Have you reported on it? Are you taking some action about it?
Yes, of course, we have reported on it. It was also publicly, it was publicly published in different outlets. It's very clear that these terrorists are trying to copycat from each other, are trying to sophisticate the ways in which they terrorize people, in which they breach the basic rules of humanity. And the fact that these so-called leaders of Hamas have been accepted in any country, have been received in any country, let alone celebrated, this is a phenomenon that has to be condemned. Beyond, of course, the condemnation of their atrocious actions, because we cannot accept a situation in which people commit such terrible deeds and then they are celebrated. This is completely unacceptable.
Talking about the Hamas visit itself to Pakistan, was Israel aware of those visits, and was it shared with India? Was it made public in any way?
Well, as I told you, it was published in the media, so there wasn't much to report. If intelligence bodies naturally they work behind the scenes, so I'm sure that they are in touch and they are exchanging information for their best interests.
And sir, has Israel offered any intelligence or counter-terrorism support in light of these ghastly attacks?
As I said, we stand ready to support India in any way, and we've been working to fight terrorism, especially when it comes to the capacity building. We are learning from India. India has been doing a very good job in the area of Jammu and Kashmir in terms of stabilization. This is a process that we have been learning from. And, of course, there is exchange of information all the time. We develop methodologies, like, for example, underground warfare. There are other methodologies that have to do with urban warfare.
How does Israel view this challenge of terrorism in South Asia, particularly when it pertains to Jammu and Kashmir?
We see it like we see the terrorism in West Asia. We have a situation here in which you have extremists that are led by a distorted interpretation of Islam with a cult of death. And unfortunately, they are being sponsored by states that are member in the UN. This is completely absurd. So I think more action has to be done in order to get the world to cooperate with us in this fight, because this is coming to them as well.
When you say more actions, that was supposed to be my next question. Do you think some concrete steps need to be taken that need to go beyond these bilateral talks? Do you think there has to be some strong action on the ground?
Well, first of all, the Indian government is doing, and I'm sure it will do whatever it has to do. We are confident and we support the government of India. We are talking here about the international arena. When it comes to the international arena, we've seen too many countries contextualizing terrorism, too many countries trying to say that we are overreacting, countries that condemn terrorism but are not willing to isolate those who support terrorism, countries that are not even capable of agreeing on a definition of terrorism, countries that are allowing companies to supply satellite services to extreme organizations and to countries that incite for extremism and for killing of others. So there is much to do together. We can work on it bilaterally. I think what we have to do is a concerted effort globally. And there's no doubt that India is interested in that, because we've seen how Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken about it in English today. He was speaking to the world. And we accept this message. We are ready to embrace that message and to work together with India in order to fight terrorism globally.
And do you think such attacks, they could lead to a strengthening of relationship between both the countries? Already India and Israel are big-time allies. Do you think it could, further push us in the past?
News coming in right now. The External Affairs Ministry, the Government of India has had a big decision regarding visas of Pakistani nationals. I am reading this out as I get it. In continuation with the decisions made by the Cabinet Committee on Security in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, the Government of India has decided to suspend visa services to Pakistani nationals with immediate effect. All existing valid visas issued by India to Pakistani nationals stand revoked with effect from the 27th of April 2025, just a couple of days. Medical visas issued to Pakistani nationals will be valid only till the 29th of April, so just a grace period of 2 additional days. All Pakistani nationals currently in India must leave India before the expiry of visas as now amended. Indian nationals are strongly advised to avoid travelling to Pakistan. Those Indian nationals currently in Pakistan are also advised to return to India at the earliest. This is a very big development. Remember, yesterday the government had said that Pakistani nationals in India on a SARC visa would need to return to Pakistan. Any SARC visas which were issued did not stand anymore, but at this stage all Pakistani nationals in India have been told to leave, and all Indian nationals are strongly advised to avoid travelling to Pakistan. Those Indian nationals currently in Pakistan are advised to return to India at the earliest. This is one of the strongest diplomatic steps ever taken by India. It is a follow-up to what was announced yesterday by the Cabinet Committee on Security. All existing valid visas issued by India to Pakistani nationals, which means visas under all categories, stand revoked with effect from the 27th of April 2025. If there are Pakistani nationals watching this broadcast and you are in India, you need to leave this country. There are 2 dates. One, the 27th of April 2025 is the deadline. Those on a medical visa issued to Pakistani nationals those visas will remain till the 29th of April. So just again, a couple of days. Even those who have come over here on a medical visa have been told that they need to exit India. All Pakistani nationals currently in India must leave India before the expiry of visas as now amended. And again, as importantly as all of this, Indian nationals are advised to avoid travelling to Pakistan. Those Indian nationals currently in Pakistan have been advised to return to India at the very earliest. These are very, very ominous signs. India making it clear that those Indian nationals in Pakistan come back now. Pakistani nationals, if you're in India, you need to leave. There are 2 deadlines, the 27th of this month for people on a normal visa. Those on a medical visa have been given just 2 days extra. but this is in continuation of what the Cabinet Committee on Security had announced yesterday, where they brought down the number of people, of staff members in the missions of both sides, held the Indus Waters Treaty in suspension, in addition to several other moves which were announced yesterday. So this is a further scaling down of the relationship between India and Pakistan, not just the diplomatic relationship, but the basic relationship, the people-to-people relationship, and it clearly sends an extremely hard signal, one that would be heard not just in Pakistan, but across the world as well. So this is a huge step which has now taken place. All Pakistani nationals told to exit this country on the 27th. So just 3 days from now is when all Pakistani nationals, apart from those on a medical visa, need to go. And in 6 days from now, those who are here on a medical visa issued to Pakistani nationals have to go. Those on a SARC visa have already been told that if you've been issued a SARC visa, then that no longer stands, that is invalid. So a further significant step, a diplomatic one taken by India. I'd like to stress that as importantly as all of this is that instruction to Indian nationals: A, do not travel to Pakistan, and B, if you are in Pakistan, please return to India. This is India ramping up our response post the Pahalgam attack, in which 26 Indian and nationals were killed. One of them was a foreign national in one of the worst terror incidents in the history of Jammu and Kashmir. The Prime Minister earlier today made it absolutely clear, and he was speaking in Bihar. He spoke in Hindi and in English, sending a message not just to Pakistan, but to people around the world, that all terrorists who were responsible for the Pahalgam attack will be hunted down mercilessly. They will be hunted down wherever they are. These are statements which echoed what the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had to say, where he also said that India's response would come at a finite period of time. Following a Cabinet Committee on Security meet, there was the all-important announcement that the Indus Water Treaties, which has survived all previous wars and conflicts between India and Pakistan, stands in suspension. The potential of this is that waters to Pakistan, which millions in Pakistan depend on, whether it's farmers, industry, or others, can ultimately be brought down, which would in a sense be of incredible impact to Pakistan, its people, and its economy. When that would happen, whether that can happen immediately, whether we've got enough barrages already in place, these are questions we don't know. But the fact that India yesterday decided to actually ensure that a World Bank funded treaty, one which has lasted for as long as it has been held in suspension, is a very major step. And today, as I've said just now, all visas to Pakistani nationals are invalid. They've been told to leave our country, and Indian nationals have been told to come back.
So this is a big breaking news that Vishnu is getting us at this moment. The government of India has decided to suspend the visa services to all Pakistani nationals. Vishnu, what are the potential geopolitical ramifications that we are looking at right now?
Well, I've been saying this very cautiously, but I do believe that we are veering towards some sort of overt military strike or action. We do not know the contours of this, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves in sort of acting out potential military scenarios beyond a point. We have the possibility of airstrikes. We've got the possibility of the line of control being opened up to artillery barrages, as we've seen in the past. Or we've got the possibility of targeted attacks against terrorists. That's something which the government has already alluded to. I think it is important to understand that whatever India does from here onwards, it's not going to be a single move. Whether it's diplomatic or military, this will be a sustained effort, and the ultimate goal is to exterminate terrorists and terror coming out of Pakistan. Now, how the government is going to choose to do that, we do not know. As I said, the possibility of targeted killings, a sustained effort, not just in Pakistan, but wherever in the world terrorists who feed the Pakistani cause exist, there will be an effort to take them out. But this is the last of what is, or the latest, I should say, of what has been a series of extremely harsh diplomatic measures announced by India, where we basically said, all Pakistani nationals, you are not welcome in this country.
Absolutely, and this is a long-term strategy that India is employing here. This visa suspension is not a short-term punitive measure, but a part of a broader strategy, strategic shift in India's policy towards Pakistan. Vishnu, thank you very much for getting us this big breaking news. So the big news that Vishnu has got us is that the government of India, it has decided to suspend the visa services to all Pakistani nationals with immediate effect. All the existing valid visas that are issued by India to the Pakistani nationals, it stands revoked with effect from 27th of April 2025. The medical visas that have been issued to the Pakistani nationals, it will only be valid till the 29th of April this year. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister has made it absolutely clear that this is going to be the final assault against terror. An open and a clear warning to the rogue state called Pakistan. There are also significant steps that have been announced by the MEA as far as the revocation of visas of Pakistanis are concerned. We get you that and much more, and also a live coverage in just a moment. First up, as always, the headlines. All Pakistani visas to expire in the next 72 hours. Medical visas to Pakistanis expire on April the 29th. All Pakistani nationals have been asked to leave the country.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist.
That is the Prime Minister's strong message after the attack at Pahalgam. The Prime Minister says terrorists will have to pay an unimaginable cost. He also says will identify and punish every terror element. The Prime Minister also reiterates will finish terror for once and for all, and he says everyone who believes in humanity is standing with India today. India draws water for blood. The key Jal Shakti Ministry meet of the Indus Treaty. The government calls an all-party meet this evening at 6. The Fawad starrer Abir Gulal has been blocked. The INB ministry is no to the movie with the Pak actor in the country. The movie, remember, was set to release nationwide on May the 9th. Let's get you more details on what has just been released, the details of the big strike against Pakistan by India. In continuation of the decisions, remember, made by the Cabinet Committee on Security in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, the government of India now has decided to suspend visa services. This, remember, is for all Pakistani nationals with immediate effect. This means that all the existing valid visas issued by the country to Pakistani nationals stand revoked with effect from 27th of April 2025. The medical visas are valid only till the 29th, and all Pakistani nationals currently in the country have to leave India before the expiry of the visas, as is now coming clear. Our colleague Vishnu has been breaking that story and he joins us live. Vishnu, what more are we learning? And clearly this tells us that the steps that we heard yesterday were just the very first steps, and there is a lot more possibly that New Delhi could right now be looking at doing.
Well, I think there's no doubt about that, but this is perhaps the sternest sort of measure taken by India. It follows yesterday's Cabinet Committee on Security announcements when the Indus Water Treaty, which has stood through various wars between India and Pakistan, has been suspended unilaterally by India. But today, it's quite clear Pakistani nationals, all of them, are no longer welcome in this country. And Indian nationals are in Pakistan have been told, please come back. So I'm going to read large parts of this press release, which we broke first here on NDTV. We were given these details in continuation of the decisions made by the Cabinet Committee on Security. In the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, the government of India has decided to suspend visa services to Pakistani nationals with immediate effect. In other words, any Pakistani national looking to come to India for any reason will not be given a visa. All existing valid visas issued by India to Pakistani nationals stand revoked with effect from the 27th of April 2025. So even if you have an Indian visa and are a Pakistani national, you can no longer enter this country. That visa is no longer valid. Very significantly, medical visas issued to Pakistani nationals will be valid only till the 29th of April 2025. So a grace period of only 2 days, irrespective of the condition of the Pakistani national who may be receiving medical assistance by the 29th or on the 29th, latest, they have to leave this country. All Pakistani nationals currently in India must leave India before the expiry of visas as now amended. So that is what the government has now decided. And as significantly, and I'd like to reiterate that this is as important as the bit on Pakistani nationals, is that Indian nationals are strongly advised to avoid traveling to Pakistan. Those Indian nationals currently in Pakistan are also advised to return to India at the very earliest. So, I think this is serious. These are steps which nations usually advise their nationals ahead of something much larger coming. Now, the question on everyone's mind is, will there be military strikes? Particularly given the very sharp remarks made by the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Committee on Security and the Defence Minister. We don't know that as yet. There are multiple military possibilities, but also the possibility of concerted action over a period of time, whether it is targeted assaults or some other military moves against terrorists and terrorist handlers, whether in Pakistan or anywhere in the world. But that's something which the government needs to decide. We aren't going there yet, but I can tell you that this is perhaps the strongest step announced by India. It is since we decided to suspend the Indus Water Treaty, a move which can potentially impact the lives of millions of Pakistanis.
Absolutely. And Vishnu, the bit where the Prime Minister today has all out against this war on terror. Many are saying that this is just an indication of the things to come. You've seen that all-important CCS, at the end of which these are important and stern steps, like you also just underscored, that have been announced. What are you hearing from sources that you are speaking to within the establishment? Because Pakistan has tested our patience for far too long, Vishnu, and clearly kinetic options are not off the table yet.
Well, all options exist on the table, but you cannot ask a military planner if you're going to be attacking Pakistan. They will simply look the other way. Because when an attack has to happen, it'll happen. None of us are going to be told about that. But whether it will happen at all is something that we need to wait and see. The nature of the attack, if it happens, again, there are multiple options. Let's not forget about maritime options, the option of perhaps strikes along the line of control, airstrikes. All of this needs to be factored in, but I think the one key aspect in all of this is that if there are military strikes by India on Pakistan, then Pakistan will retaliate. And that is something that our military planners will be looking at very carefully. Can you calibrate or right-size a military assault against Pakistan? Is it your intention to do so? Do you believe that you will be able to repel, for example, a potential Pakistani counter-air strike or air superiority missions which may be flown if there are Indian air assaults prior to that? You know, it's all something which is at one level a cat and mouse game, but very hard decisions would need to be taken. So I think it's important not to go there yet, but I think based on what we've heard, the very strident, direct remarks by the Prime Minister, Defence Minister, the Cabinet Committee on Security, that there is a certain direction we may be headed to.
Absolutely. Vishnu, I'll just let you go for the moment so that you can get us more updates. But let's push that point that Vishnu has just made. This is also the very first remark, a detailed one, that has come in from the Prime Minister. When you look at these images that have come in from Pahalgam of the grieving families, of the pyres that have been lit, clearly these are images, ladies and gentlemen, that have shocked, that have enraged the entire country. And India now is going to identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. And our spirit will never be broken. Those are the exact words of the Prime Minister, and he sent out that strong message just days after you have 25 tourists and a Kashmiri who were brutally killed in a terror attack in Pahalgam. The Prime Minister was earlier in Bihar's Madhubani for a government event, and he started that address with a silent tribute to those who've lost their lives. Later in that address, he's put out that entire message for the country and for the world today that is watching, because clearly you have seen the world uniting with the country in grief right now, and the Prime Minister has said that the country is in pain because of the ruthless manner in which terrorists have killed innocent tourists in Pahalgam. And allow me to quote what he says. He says the whole country right now is with the bereaved families. The government, he says, is also trying its best to ensure the well-being of those injured. Someone has lost a son, someone has lost a brother, someone has lost their life partner. Someone spoke Bengali, someone spoke Kannada, someone was Marathi, someone was Odia, someone was from Gujarat, and someone was Bihar's son. And the Prime Minister's message there has echoed loud and clear. Let's listen into exactly what we heard from him.
22 अप्रैल को जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने मासूम देशवासियों को जिस बेरहमी से मारा है, उससे पूरा देश व्यथित है। हमारा दुख एक जैसा है, हमारा आक्रोश एक जैसा है। ये हमला सिर्फ निहत्थे पर्यटकों पर नहीं हुआ है, देश के दुश्मनों ने भारत की आत्मा पर हमला करने का दुस्साहस किया है। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। Friends, today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
So India will identify, track and punish. These are three operative words that have been used by the Prime Minister to help us make more sense of the larger messaging. Let's also get in our colleague Maria, who's joining us from our newsrooms. Maria, that is a message that the Prime Minister has, a promise that he is putting out for every citizen, that we are here for your safety, we'll ensure every perpetrator is booked, and he is also putting out a message for the world.
Yes, that's right. So he spoke in English as well while addressing that public meeting in Madhubani in Bihar. The message was loud and clear. He was reflecting the sentiments of 140 crore Indians today. He was reflecting that anger and fury at the same time. But, you know, Deepthi, we have heard the Prime Minister soon after the Uri attacks. We have seen him and heard from him after the Pulwama attack. But this time, the anger was far more palpable. For the Prime Minister to say that, that terror must end once and for all is a strong message. For him to say that India will track and then punish each and every terrorist and their backers is a message that is going to across the border as well. Yesterday, after the Cabinet Committee on Security, India did plan you know, 5 measures which have been taken, which is with regards to the visas. One which is perhaps most concerning for Pakistan, and we have seen a lot of Pakistani you know, analysts and otherwise also expressing their concerns, is the Indus Water Treaty, which has been put on hold now. But now the Prime Minister's message has to do with much more than the diplomatic offensive which was launched by India yesterday, details of which also emerged today, that all Pakistani nationals who are in India must leave India immediately. So now I think it's very clear that India is preparing for a military offensive. What will be the nature of that, we'll not know until unless India has accomplished it, as we have seen in the past. But the message from the Prime Minister is loud and clear that this time, this entire cycle of terror must end.
And to end that cycle of terror, Maria, you know, if I can just let you push that point a little further, the words that he has used, that we will go to the end of the earth. I mean, this really tells you of the resolve of this government right now that says that Pakistan and its terror factories cannot be the new normal.
Absolutely, Deepthi. You know, the fact is that ever since the terror attack happened, which was on 22nd, we have seen the entire international community, all global players speak to Prime Minister Modi and condemn the terror attack, and at the same time say that they stand firmly with India in this fight against terrorism. So while India launched the diplomatic offensive yesterday, India understands fully well that if it were to take certain military action, then the diplomatic community must be taken on board. That the big global players from the US to Russians must be told about it. So the message that came in when he moved from Hindi to English, it was very, very stark. Hindi was, of course, for the audience in India. And it was about sending that message of solidarity, that India stands, that Prime Minister stands firmly, that he understands the sentiments, he understands the concerns, and he understands the anger But when it is about the military action, it is about what should be done next, he has to tell the world, and that is the reason why that shift from Hindi to English in that speech of his in Bihar.
Absolutely. For the moment, Maria, thank you so much for helping us decode word by word what we've heard from the Prime Minister, the larger message. I thank you just for the moment, but the story, remember, is developing quick and fast, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a story of an India that is making it absolutely clear that we will go to any length to ensure that the perpetrators of terror are brought to book and there is justice. On the other side is not just the denial that has come in from Pakistan, but is Pakistan getting spooked? Because let's put out our next breaking update. This is of how India at the moment is acting and Pakistan is simply reacting to what's going on. On your screen, some more details that we are learning right now of Pakistan saying we are closing the Wagah border post. They've also decided to shut the airspace for Indian Airlines. Pakistan has decided to also cancel visas to Indians. Indians asked to leave Pakistan in 48 hours. You know, Vishnu, one would say that Pakistan is pushing itself more towards being irrelevant, you know, in spite of the fact that there is so much clear proof, in spite of everyone getting together against terroristan Pakistan, this is Pakistan completely spooked.
That extent, but what I will say, and let's just stick to the facts at this stage, and one of the facts announced is that Pakistani airspace will be closed for Indian Airlines. Now this is important. Why? Because lakhs of passengers who travel from India to the West will now have to potentially pay more for air tickets because flights will have to take longer routes. They'll have to fly via the Arabian Sea as opposed to crossing Pakistan and Afghanistan, and therefore they will have to use more fuel. And ultimately, there is a strong possibility that passengers would bear the cost of that additional fuel. So this is a step we've seen in the past as well. After India struck Balakot, Pakistan shut down its airspace for Indian Airlines. I'm not very sure off the top of my head if there are Pakistani airlines which use Indian airspace as they travel from the west to the east, but presumably if that's the case, India would retaliate. But for the moment, air travel will become more difficult. This is something which directly impacts us, but none of the flights per se, or the 99% of the flights will continue to operate, albeit along longer routes.
But you know, Vishnu, would it be fair to say that this is a very, very poor attempt right now by Pakistan to even counter a story that is as dastardly and cowardly as attacking tourists, attacking our civilians?
Well, they have to respond in some way. This is what they're doing. I think rather than characterizing the nature of the Pakistani response, I think it's important to look at where we may potentially be headed. Pakistan carried out one of the worst terror attacks in the history of Jammu and Kashmir. India is responding very significantly, diplomatically, and through other moves. The Prime Minister and Defense Minister made it absolutely clear that we are going to be hunting down every last Pakistani terrorist. Pakistan is now countered by blocking Indian visas and shutting down airspace. That makes it more difficult for Indian nationals as we travel to the west, for example. So this is all headed potentially in one direction. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But this is one among several steps, and I dare say we may see more before anything larger happens.
And I mean, I know, Vishnu, that this is a story just developing and breaking, the first information that you're putting out here on NDTV, but do we have absolutely any reaction from the government yet? I mean, I'm sure these were steps that were anticipated.
Yes, I think they would have anticipated this, but
Yes.
I'm just keen to know what came first, the Indian announcement or the Pakistani one. They seem to be coming largely together. It's possible that Pakistan had its draft ready. The moment India did something else, they fired their message, their press release. So irrespective, they came pretty much at the same time, but I think India's steps are absolutely clear, and we've been reflecting on it. Pakistani nationals in India have been told their visas are not valid. They need to leave this country by the 27th. If they are in our country on medical visas, then they have to leave by the 29th. Any visas which have been issued to Pakistani nationals, they are invalid at this stage, and as significantly, Indian nationals who are in Pakistan have been told to come back to our country.
Vishnu, help us understand the big picture. Whatever Pakistan is doing, we know that this is just for optics. You know, though, you know, right now this is a desperate Pakistan squeezed into corner. You're looking at the world community in large condemning what's really happened. Is this the best Pakistani response to that? Will this help better relations? The answer is no.
Well, I wouldn't again characterize Pakistan's response other than analyze it clinically. And I think that's what we've been trying to do. They hit us in a particular place, we have responded, and it appears that we are headed in a certain action. Whether this is the best Pakistan can do or it's not the best that Pakistan can do is frankly fairly irrelevant at this juncture. A certain path has been chosen, terrorists have attacked us, and India is following a particular path.
Okay, Vishnu, only for the moment, I'm thanking you quickly because I'm told we have more breaking updates of more actions, more counter strikes that we are looking at also diplomatically. What we are learning right now in the details, so which are already flashing on your screens, are more steps that the Indian government now is willing to take. In fact, the diplomats are going to be briefed a little later in the evening, and that is a key meeting to also discuss what has happened, what are the steps that will be taken from here on, and why it is also important to remember not just corner Pakistan, but also right now to ensure that you have more support. And there is already enough and more support that is coming in for New Delhi when it comes to the rogue state Pakistan and its terror motives. You've seen the Prime Minister reiterating that much earlier in the afternoon. I'm told Maria is back with us. She's breaking that detail for us. Maria, tell us more.
So India will be taking some diplomats in confidence. In fact, there'll be a select briefing which will be happening with evidence which will be provided by India to these diplomats. Some selective information will be shared with them. Remember the brief, in that the speech that the Prime Minister gave in Bihar, when he made that shift from Hindi to English, the message was for the world, that India thanks the world and the global community that they are standing with India in this hour in which the entire country stands united in grief. But at the same time, the messaging is that here onwards, whatever action India will be taking, where Prime Minister said that he will do everything possible, that he will hunt down these terrorists who have destroyed and devastated 26 families. The message is also that in this fight against terrorism, India needs support of the world. And that is the reason why the select briefing of some diplomats will be happening in some time from now at the Ministry of External Affairs. That is the reason why this becomes important and crucial, because India has already taken a diplomatic offensive, series of measures which were announced post the Cabinet Committee on Security, which met yesterday. And now what next is something that India will, of course, be doing at the time and place of its own choosing. But because this could lead to some kind of diplomatic tension, that is the reason why diplomats will be briefed, is what sources are indicating to us.
Okay, and Maria, then obviously this means that there is a clear correlation between the messaging that came in from the Prime Minister earlier today and the fact that we as a country are trying to build a global solidarity against Pakistan. Because, one of the countries conspicuous right now by even a condemnation is China, that many say is the elephant in the room, that has not even reacted to what has happened.
Yes, but you had US President Donald Trump speak to Prime Minister Narendra Modi over telephone. You had Vladimir Putin write to Prime Minister Modi and the President of India that they are joining India in this fight against terrorism and these acts of terror. So I think India is looking at these countries as it tries to brief them and shares details, because the Home Minister Amit Shah's presence on ground in Pahalgam and his interactions with those who have been the next of kin of these victims becomes important. And then the long CCS which happened where where Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired that meeting. So I think what will happen in the next few hours becomes crucial, particularly because the two meetings, as we have been saying, are lined up. One is the decision which has been taken of putting the Indus Water Treaty on abeyance, and the second one that that the government will be taking all parties in confidence and trying to share details. They are looking at some kind of resolution, an all-party resolution, that the entire political class in India stands united when it is about fighting terrorism and fighting this cross-border terrorism against Pakistan.
Oh, absolutely. So the story moving very, very fast. I'm thanking Maria also for breaking that detail for us. So you're looking at the Indian government making it absolutely clear that we will identify, we will track, we will punish. But on the other side also is this huge global movement against Pakistan, and that is why a lot of evidence on hand possibly could also be shown to a lot of these envoys. The meeting expected later this evening. Trust NDTV to keep you on top of that story. We head into a quick break. On the other side, back with lots more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Let's get you more details of the Prime Minister's big message after the Pahalgam attacks. The Prime Minister says terrorists will have to pay an unimaginable cost. He says we'll identify and punish every single of them. The Prime Minister also reiterating we'll finish terror once and for all. He also reiterates that everyone who believes in humanity today is standing with the country. India draws water for blood. A key Jal Shakti Ministry meet on the Indus Treaty, where the government has also called an all-party meeting this evening at 6. Let's tell you more about the probe that is underway. On your screen, what you see are in fact sketches that have been released of 2 Pak nationals that have been identified so far. A massive manhunt is already underway.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
Welcome back. So this is a non-stop rolling coverage on not just the big diplomatic strike that you have seen vis-a-vis India on Pakistan, but also a lot more action that is happening. Remember, a lot of hurdles, a lot of breaking developments. What we can tell you right now is that the Indian government is also looking at a key meeting to discuss the Pahalgam terror attack and the potential responses. There's going to be an all-party meeting this evening at 6. Let's tell you of other meetings also that in fact have been underway or are expected in the next few hours. A crucial meeting of the Jal Shakti Ministry on the Indus issue has begun at 4, and it is being attended by officials from the MHA and the MEA. Apart from this, you have an all-party meeting scheduled for 6 this evening, where you have the centre that's going to be briefing the other lawmakers on the attack and the government's response to it so far. And apart from this, you're looking at significant developments where even the foreign diplomats are going to be briefed a little later. They possibly could be shown a lot more evidence vis-a-vis Pakistan post the Pahalgam attack. Let's also listen into reactions we have on that story so far.
जो इस मुल्क से मोहब्बत करने वाले हैं, मैं उनसे उम्मीद करता हूं कि वो हजारों नहीं लाखों की तादाद में वहां पर जमा हों और हमारा वहां पर जमा होना ना सिर्फ हम खराज अकीदत पेश करेंगे उन मरने वाले ख़ानदानों को, बल्कि हम उन लोगों को भी पैगाम देंगे जो दहशतगर्दी के ज़रिए इस मुल्क में हिंदुओं और मुसलमानों में नफरत की दीवारों को और इजाफा करना चाहते हैं.
Our colleague Aishwarya is reporting on that story and he joins us live. Aishwarya, lot of important meetings, one after the other. What are the important takeaways? What possibly are we looking at?
Well, number one, the Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil has arrived at the Shram Shakti Bhavan, where he will be chairing that all-important meeting. Now, it has come down to the implementation of the decisions that have been taken yesterday during the CCS, which Prime Minister chaired, in which it was one of the major decisions that was taken that Indus Water Treaty will be suspended from now on, from immediate effect. And to implement it further, it is the Jal Shakti Ministry which will further take steps regarding it. Of course, it is one of the provisions of the Indus Water Treaty that the western rivers that flows, which are a combine of 3 rivers, that will the water that will be stopped from here on, and therefore the reason perhaps how there are canals that will be built, the reservoirs which had been stopped for years and years now, that needs to be in functioning again, and therefore the reason perhaps it will take time, which is not impossible for this government to do, and therefore the reason perhaps an all-important meeting with MHA officials and the MEA officials will also take part in this particular meeting.
All right, Aishwarya, why don't you please just hold on to that thought, and apologies, I'm jumping in right here. The story moving very fast. Let's tell our viewers of an all-important meeting that possibly is underway right now as we speak. On your screens are going to be more details. We are learning that both the External Affairs Minister and the Home Minister are meeting with the President right now as we speak. So you see a lot of hectic parleys, lot of important decisions that are happening. You're looking at the Prime Minister earlier, who was in Bihar, who's made that very, very clear message about the fact that anyone who's behind the attack is going to be picked up and punished. Aishwarya, what more you can tell us about this meeting? We are learning that the External Affairs Minister and the HM have met with the President.
Well, that's right. And Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar both are briefing the President of India regarding the decisions that had been taken by the CCS to corner Pakistan, be it diplomatically or be it on the border front. It is, of course, important decisions being taken by the government of India to corner and isolate Pakistan on every front. To take into consideration, it is most important that the diplomats should be taken into consideration, all political parties should be taken into consideration, and the person sitting on the highest constitutional post of the country, President of India, now being briefed by Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar. Remember, these 2 ministers, including Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, will also be briefing at 6 p.m. all the political parties that had been called for all-party meet in the parliament as well about the recent developments. Of course, the suggestions will be taken by the political parties as well, but this comes at a crucial stage when Prime Minister of India had given a stern message to Pakistan that they will find and punish the terrorists out there on across the borders.
All right, Aishwarya, I'll just let you go for the moment so that you can get us more updates of what's really happening. So a lot of hectic parleys, a lot of meetings back to back, and we'll continue to get you a lot of live coverage. But remember, NDTV is not taking its eyes off from ground zero. Pahalgam, what's happening there right now? What is it that residents feel? Now, we are at ground zero. We've spoken to the residents who say that if a town had a proper hospital, at least 7 to 8 lives may have been saved. The town hospital there, ladies and gentlemen, is just a very, very tiny dispensary. Therefore, the gunshot wounded victims had to be transported almost 40 kilometers away to Anantnag. The story is going to be a story that's going to tell you more about what possibly can be done. But yes, at the moment, it's the entire country and the world standing with those who've lost their loved ones and also saying that we will ensure those behind it are brought to book.
26 people dead is something that Pahalgam will possibly never get over. But the injured who had suffered those grievous gunshot wounds were brought here first. They were brought here first in taxis, wrapped in towels and wrapped in sheets to stop the blood loss. This little dispensary is where most of them were brought for initial treatment. Even from the outside, you can tell that it was clearly not equipped enough to deal with grievous gunshot injuries. It is little more than a small little dispensary. Most of the time it's pretty ramshackle with one or two people on duty. But here's the most disturbing part. Person after person, resident after resident that we've been speaking to here in Pahalgam brings up the notion of a hospital. They say, non-instigated, they say that if a hospital, a full-fledged proper hospital befitting a place with such a crowded tourist season was available, then maybe the death toll wouldn't have been 26, maybe 10, 12, maybe even 15 people could have possibly been saved, or maybe the injuries wouldn't have been as grievous. This is that under construction hospital. It is something that represents a promise that's been on for over a decade, we are told. The residents don't blame anyone in particular, but they say promise after promise has been made. Pahalgam has been a bustling tourist destination for so long, and yet, if this hospital perhaps had existed at that time, maybe it wouldn't have been 26 dead. So we just showed you the tiny little dispensary in the under construction hospital where 2 days after the massacre, construction is continuing, painting is happening. We don't know if it's being deliberately done now to show some kind of action. But the people here in Pahalgam believe that if there was a big enough, well-equipped hospital here, maybe the death toll wouldn't have been 26. Maybe some of the injured who had suffered gunshot wounds would have been saved, because they had to be taken far away from here for treatment, by which time they were declared dead. Now, these are the words of the people here. Let's listen to it themselves, because this is something we've been hearing repeatedly since we arrived in Pahalgam. The idea that it didn't have a hospital, and that's why some of their guests perhaps couldn't be saved. आप जो बोल रहे थे हमको हॉस्पिटल के बारे में पहलगाम में,
हम इतना रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा था अगर यहाँ पर फैसिलिटी होता था तो यहाँ पर ब्लड बैंक होता है, इतना ब्लड लॉस नहीं होता है। जब मतलब ये हमारे मेहमान यहाँ पर डेथ हुआ, अगर ब्लड बैंक होता था, यहाँ अस्पताल की फैसिलिटी अच्छी होती है। मुलाजिम तो ड्यूटी पर थे, लेकिन फैसिलिटी उतनी नहीं है यहाँ पर सर। हम लोग बहुत ही दुखी इस बात पर भी, कम से कम 5-6 लोग तो जान बच सकता था। हम भी अपना खून देने के लिए तैयार रहता था, पूरे पहलगाम के बच्चे खून देने के लिए तैयार होता अगर कुछ फैसिलिटी यहाँ पर होता है।
तो यहाँ पे अलग से ठीक ठाक हॉस्पिटल नहीं था, इसलिए जो जख्मी थे उनको काफ़ी दूर लेना पड़ गया था। कितना दूर?
40 किलोमीटर, लगभग 40-45 किलोमीटर दूर अनंतनाग लेना पड़ जाए।
और वो 1 घंटा लगा, फिर
1 घंटा लगता, पूरा 1 घंटा लगता सर यहाँ से अनंतनाग के लिए। तो अगर फैसिलिटी होता, हम जवान यहाँ पर लोकल जवान खून देने के लिए तैयार होता है, किसी का जान बच सकता है। हमारा फ़र्ज़ बनता था किसी का जान बचाना था।
तो क्यों ये हॉस्पिटल नहीं है? ये इतना छोटा हॉस्पिटल क्यों है यहाँ?
ये आज से पहले 15 साल से ये बन रहा है। तो यहाँ पे एक्चुअली बात ये है कि ये टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है। यहाँ पे आज से पहले 1 साल ITBP का बस यहाँ पे चंदनवाड़ी रोड पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। उस टाइम भी हमने ड्राइवर एसोसिएशन ने यहाँ पे गाड़ियाँ निकाला और हमने हॉस्पिटल पहुँचाया लोगों को। वहाँ पे एक्चुअली फैसिलिटी नहीं है हमारे पास। यहाँ पे एक्चुअली यहाँ से 50 किलोमीटर दूर जाना पड़ता है, यहाँ श्रीनगर रेफ़र करना पड़ता है। अगर हमारे पास यहाँ फैसिलिटी होते, गवर्नमेंट हमको फैसिलिटी देते, तो यहाँ पे कम से कम आबादी भी 50,000 से ज़्यादा है इस हॉस्पिटल पे। यहाँ पे कोई अफसर ध्यान नहीं देता है। क्या करेंगे? ये जो स्टाफ है यहाँ का, मेडिकल स्टाफ,
किसको दोषी मानते हो? क्यों ये हॉस्पिटल नहीं है? इतना सारा जो बिजनेस चलता है यहाँ पे टूरिज्म की वजह से, इतने लोग आते हैं यहाँ पे, एक्सीडेंट्स भी होते हैं, मरीज़ भी हैं, एल्डर्स भी हैं, तो हॉस्पिटल क्यों नहीं है?
देखो जनाब, क्या
यात्रा भी है।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यहाँ पर जो है ये टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है, पूरा टूरिस्ट से भरे हुए थे, टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है। उसके बाद यात्री पीरियड लगता है, जो श्रद्धालु लोग दर्शन पे आते हैं, उस टाइम भी हॉस्पिटल की प्रॉब्लम होती है यहाँ पर। अगर यहाँ पर बेड मतलब अस्पताल बना है, अभी भी अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, अभी भी वो पूरा नहीं हो जाता है, अभी भी उसमें काम आधे अधूरा है। इसीलिए हम अभी जो हमारी जो गवर्नमेंट है, गवर्नमेंट तक, LG गवर्नमेंट तक हम ये बात पहुंचना चाहते हैं, जो इस वक्त मतलब गवर्नमेंट सब उसी के हाथ में, पूरा सिस्टम उसी के हाथ में है, ये बात हम उस तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं। अभी हमको मतलब 10 दिन या 20 दिन या 25 दिन में हॉस्पिटल पूरा 15 दिन में ये हमको कंप्लीट होना चाहिए। अगर इस वक्त किसी गाड़ी को यहाँ पर टूरिस्ट आता है, कोई एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है रास्ते में, यहाँ हो जाता है या आम लोगों को एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है, उनको यहाँ से रेफ़र करना पड़ता है अनंतनाग के लिए। 40 किलोमीटर का मसला है, तब तक उसका खून लॉस हो जाता है, जब तक वो ऑन द स्पॉट डेथ हो जाता है। फिर क्या मसला?
These are the claims of the people of Pahalgam. We have to take them in some ways at face value, but to even think that some lives could be saved is such an agonizing thought. We've just seen that under construction hospital being painted right now. Maybe work will actually get going, but on NDTV through this report, we hope it reaches the right authorities to make sure that Pahalgam gets what it needs and gets what it deserves. With Ashwini Mehra in Pahalgam, J&K, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
So NDTV, remember, will continue to keep you on top of the story. On your screen, some more live images, ladies and gentlemen, that are just coming in from the South Block. Earlier today, we've just told you how a lot of foreign diplomats are going to be briefed right now on the kind of evidence that India has against Pakistan. At a point where Pakistan is literally spooked and you're looking at Pakistan retaliating in whatever little measure it can, but this is enough proof, is what sources tell us, that will put Pakistan to shame. On the other side of this quick story, this is our non-stop rolling coverage that continues. More ground reportage and more live coverage. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shiv Arur, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Leader Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is the last word and I'm...
So the Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, has said we will identify and punish every terror element behind the attack on Pahalgam. You're looking at a lot of important meetings, a lot of important developments, just apart from that all-party meeting that's going to be taking place at 6. On your screens there on the right are also live images right now coming in from just outside the South Block, where you have a lot of foreign envoys who are going to be briefed by New Delhi, essentially on all the action and all the evidence against Pakistan. But in the middle of all this, let's also tell you what's been happening in Jammu and Kashmir, where the Chief Minister, Omar Abdullah, has also chaired an all-party meeting to discuss the recent terror attack in Pahalgam. He's emphasized the need for collective action, saying that everyone, quote-unquote, must fight this together. Given the recent terror attack, this meeting is obviously going to be focusing on security measures, relief efforts, strategies to prevent future incidents. Let's listen in also to what we heard from him.
सबसे पहले तो हम दोबारा उन तमाम ख़ानदानों के साथ हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं जिनके ऊपर ये वाक़या जो है, जिनके ऊपर ये सदमा हुआ है, जिनके साथ ये हुआ है। अब यहाँ पे मेरी सिर्फ एक मोतबाना गुजारिश मुल्क के बाकी लोगों के साथ, मेहरबानी करके कश्मीरियों को दुश्मन मत समझिए। ये हमारी बदकिस्मती रही है। आगे इस तरह के हादसे ना हो, उसके लिए जो इंतज़ामिया सिक्योरिटी के लिए ज़िम्मेदार हैं, उनको अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभानी होगी। उनको अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभाने में जहां हमारी मदद की ज़रूरत होगी, हम कंधे से कंधा उनके साथ खड़े होंगे।
So that is Omar Abdullah saying that everything possible will be undertaken right now to ensure that normalcy continues to prevail when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir. And like NDTV, remember, has been reporting from ground zero, our colleague Shiv is getting us more images, and this reportage that comes from Pahalgam, that's almost, ladies and gentlemen, turned into a ghost town. No tourists in this busy season. Let's play out that report to understand what really has transpired in the last few hours.
This is peak holiday and tourist season. It's a beautiful sunny day in April. But this highway that's usually a mad rush of tourist vehicles and taxis making their way to one of Kashmir's most popular destinations, Pahalgam, wears this completely deserted look. I don't even need to explain it. You can see it for yourself. There's nothing on the road, and it's usually a jam here at this point of time. That's what the locals tell us. The fact is, 2 days after the massacre in Pahalgam, just a few kilometers into the Anantnag hills from where we're standing, there is absolutely nothing. A small smattering of supply trucks, lots of security convoys, visibly elevated security in this area. But the only thing coming from Pahalgam have been tourist vehicles. Many had to delay their departure from Pahalgam simply because of the exodus and the rush. There were a lot of people there at the time when the massacre took place, when the terror attack took place. They've all left. Some of them are going to be camping in Srinagar for a couple of days maybe, and then flying out. That is how bad things are. The people of Pahalgam, the people of the towns leading up to Pahalgam, all fueled by the tourism economy, are now completely bereft. They're terrified of what lies ahead. We're told that the hundreds of cars that passed this way at exactly this time, and there were bumper footfalls and tire trails down this road just last year, a record for Jammu and Kashmir. Now 30% of the annual tourism economy has completely evaporated after gunfire that lasted about 10 minutes 2 days ago. What the future holds for Pahalgam and all the other holiday destinations in Jammu and Kashmir hangs in the balance and is totally uncertain. With Ashwini Mehra in the lead up to Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
Let's get you more breaking updates. The Indian actions have literally rattled Pakistan. Look at what Pakistan is doing. Pakistan has said it's putting all agreements on hold with India. That also means the all-important Simla agreement. This is what many are saying is Pakistan's tit for tat on the India Pact, and clearly when it comes to India's big diplomatic strike against Pakistan, it does not know what to do next. Let's get our colleague Vishnu, who's breaking that story, will help us also make more sense of this. Vishnu, what more do we know about what we've heard?
Well, Pakistan is, and this is tit-for-tat retaliation that is expected at this juncture. Why is it expected? Because India has taken some of the most coercive diplomatic action that we've ever taken against Pakistan. We've decided to hold the Indus Water Treaty in suspension. We've told all Pakistani nationals that they're no longer welcome in this country. We've told all Indian nationals to come back from Pakistan. So, as you would expect, Pakistan has responded as well. And one of the key parts of their response, there are two which strike me as being significant. One which impacts any number of Indians looking to travel west. airspace for Indian airlines over Pakistan has been shut down. Now, it's not the first time that's happening. It's happened in the past as well. Whenever there's been a conflict, it happened after Balakot, which basically means that Indians traveling to the west will have to take a slightly longer route. However, as significantly, perhaps even more significantly, Pakistan saying that all bilateral agreements between India and Pakistan have been held in abeyance. One of them, of course, is the Simla Agreement. In many senses, the Simla Agreement is the bedrock of relations between India and Pakistan. It was signed after the 1971 war, in which, following the creation of Bangladesh, the Simla Agreement has various provisions, including the creation of the line of control. Therefore, there are questions which are being asked about the status of the line of control in the eyes of Pakistan, whether that still holds or not. But we're going to actually, try and analyze that a little later. So Pakistan is responding in a tit-for-tat response. The escalation matrix is clearly going up. Where is this all headed? Are we headed for military strikes? There is past precedent, which is why one is using terms like military strikes. We've had surgical strikes. First up, we've had the Balakot attack. Secondly, and after an incident as vicious as this, are we headed in that direction? Again, it's easy for us to speculate. We've watched these developments for several decades, but I think we should limit ourselves at this juncture to saying that all options are open. That's the government line. That includes potentially the military option, and there is a ratcheting up of tensions between the two countries through fairly strident statements by both sides and clear moves diplomatically by India, and now some steps by Pakistan as well.
Yes, Vishnu, just allow me to, quote a little bit more of what we know of the agreement that mandates both nations to put an end to the conflicts and confrontation, to promote friendly and harmonious relationship. Further, the agreement, and we must tell our viewers, it also mandates that security forces from both India and Pakistan shall be withdrawn to their side of the international border. No party shall seek to change the status of the line of control unilaterally. So those are highlights, big operative points of the Simla Agreement. If you just, Vishnu, look at the symbolism of this. What is Pakistan wanting to achieve by doing this?
Well, on the basis of Pakistan's statement, I would suggest it's not symbolism. They've gone ahead and done it. They are holding the Simla Agreement, which was signed in 1972 between Indira Gandhi and Zulfikar Ali Bhutto in Shimla, on hold. What was the Simla Agreement? The Simla Agreement outlined principles for bilateral relations and conflict resolution. The Simla Agreement, as a result of that, India agreed to the return of over 90,000 Pakistani prisoners of war who were captured by India when East Bengal was liberated and Bangladesh was formed. But very significantly, and this is the part that we need to look at, the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir was established. It replaced what was then known as the ceasefire line, with a commitment to respect it without unilateral changes. Now, obviously, the line of control between India and Pakistan has been threatened repeatedly. It gets threatened all the time when you have terrorists from Pakistan coming in. It gets threatened whenever there are cross LOC exchanges, as we've seen any number of times over the last several decades. But if Pakistan turns around and says that we are holding the Simla Agreement in abeyance, it essentially also means that the line of control, which was established replacing the ceasefire line, is no longer recognized by Pakistan. Now, that's one extreme version of that in terms of interpretation. I'm just putting out one possibility over there. We'll have to wait for clarity, and I can tell you that some of that clarity might actually emerge from a press conference of the External Affairs Ministry, which I believe should be starting within the next, possibly in the next 6 minutes at 5 p.m. or in the, shortly thereafter.
All right, Vishnu, I will just let you go again very briefly to pick up on the story on the other side. And clearly, like Vishnu said, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot more happening. You're looking at Pakistan literally boxed into a corner. You're looking at that big diplomatic strike by New Delhi, where foreign envoys have started to arrive at the South Bloc. They will be briefed. Then all-party meeting a little later. And in the middle of all this, the Prime Minister making that big resolve that every terror element will be flushed out. We quickly head into a break, but this is our non-stop rolling coverage that continues on the other side. News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you.
Let's get you the first picture of that all-important meeting that has just concluded. You're looking at the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar, who've earlier briefed the President on what's been going on as far as, remember, post a lot of action after the Pahalgam attack vis-a-vis Pakistan. That meeting now, ladies and gentlemen, has just concluded. We'll continue to keep you on top of that story, but before we go, let's also get you more details of India's naval might that has been on display. This the INS Surat test fires that has been missile, a successful test after the Jammu and Kashmir attack, where the Navy test fired this missile in the Arabian Sea. And clearly, another clear reflector and a reminder of India's naval might that is on display. With this, it's a wrap on this edition of the news, but don't go anywhere. NDTV is continuously tracking everything you need to know on what is New Delhi doing versus the terror rogue elements in Pakistan on the other side. Vasudha joins you with more.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Jenzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. India has sharpened its diplomatic offensive on Pakistan. There's a deadline now set on the return of Pakistani nationals. Also, Prime Minister Modi today spoke against terror in his first public rally after the Pahalgam terror attack. He was speaking in Madhubani, Bihar today. We'll get you all that and more. But first up, the headlines. All Pakistani visas to expire in 72 hours from now. Medical visas to Pakistanis will expire on the 29th of April. All Pakistani nationals have been asked to leave India. India's actions rattle Pakistan. Pakistan suspends Shimla agreement. Pakistan has shut the airspace for Indian airlines. Indians have been asked to leave Pakistan in 48 hours. India to brief foreign ambassadors, foreign diplomats on Pahalgam, briefing to diplomats today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's stern message after Pahalgam terror attack. Prime Minister Modi speaking in Madhubani says terrorists will pay an unimaginable cost to what they've done. Prime Minister also says that he will identify and punish every terrorist who was involved in this.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
Prime Minister Modi's big statement today, will finish terror once and for all. Prime Minister Modi says everybody who believes in humanity stands with us today. Well, in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack and the series of meetings that were held yesterday and today, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has gone to meet President Draupadi Murmu now. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah and Dr. S. Jaishankar will be briefing the President, is what we understand. The visuals there of the External Affairs Minister's meeting with Draupadi Murmu, the President of India, Home Minister Amit Shah, who was in Pahalgam yesterday. In fact, he has taken an entire review of the on-ground situation of the site where the terror attack took place, claiming the lives of 26 innocent tourists. He is now briefing the President of the country, Draupadi Murmu. Dr. S. Jaishankar also, who plays a pivotal role in strategizing India's counter-terrorism strategy, also briefing the President of India. This is a meeting that he has had with Home Minister Amit Shah, both of them briefing Draupadi Murmu, the President of the country. Those visuals that you can see there, remember this comes at a very sensitive time. There have been a spate of meetings that the Government of India has held. There was also that CCS meeting, Cabinet Committee on Security, that met yesterday in the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, had this meeting yesterday evening. He, in fact, had to cut short his Saudi Arabia trip, and in the aftermath of the terror attack in Pahalgam, where we saw 26 innocent lives getting lost, 26 innocent people losing their lives, 26 people getting killed. My colleague Maria Shakil joins us with more details on this. Maria, tell us the significance of this meeting. Clearly, this is as per protocol where the President is expected to be briefed by those in charge, and those visuals there of the Home Minister and External Affairs Minister, two men who have played a very pivotal role in India's counter-terrorism strategy in the last few months.
Yes, that's right. And Home Minister Amit Shah has been on the ground in Pahalgam, so he has first-hand information. Remember, he's a man of details as well, so he has had that meeting with the security establishment in Srinagar, and he has been constantly in touch with the various agencies, the entire counter-terrorism mechanism which has been put in place. At the same time, the External Affairs Minister explaining to the President the offensive, the diplomatic offensive which has been launched by India already against Pakistan, the series of measures which have been taken which was decided by the Cabinet Committee of Security. It becomes important to Vasudha, particularly that it is coming 1.5 hours ahead of that crucial all-party meeting where the government, the same set of ministers, H.M. Shah and External Affairs Minister, will be also briefing the heads of various political parties to try and build that political consensus that is needed at the moment, that Indian politicians and various parties cannot be speaking in multiple languages. It has to be a voice of complete solidarity and unison. That is the message that is coming from that. But yes, those visuals become, because that briefing has happened at the Rashtrapati Bhavan just few minutes ago.
Right. Thank you, Maria Shakil, for joining us with those details, those important details of that very important meeting between Amit Shah, the Home Minister, and also Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, both of them briefing President Draupadi Murmu in this after the spate of meetings. Like my colleague Maria Shakil has also been reporting, this comes just hours, in fact minutes before the all-party meeting that is scheduled to happen around 6 p.m. today. Moving on, in continuation of the decisions that were made by the CCS yesterday, that important meeting of Cabinet Committee on Security led by the Prime Minister yesterday, in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Indian government has decided to suspend visa services to Pakistani nationals with immediate effect. All existing valid visas issued by India to Pakistani nationals stand revoked with effect from 27th April 2025. What we understand is that medical visas issued to Pakistani nationals will be valid only till the 29th of April. All Pakistani nationals currently in India must leave India before the expiry of visas, as now amended, is what the rules now state. Indian nationals are strongly advised to avoid traveling to Pakistan. This is what the MEA has said, and all of this is part of the diplomatic offensive that India has launched against Pakistan to hold the country responsible for the cross-border terrorism that we have witnessed in its worst form in Pahalgam terror attack. Those Indian nationals currently in Pakistan are also advised to return to India at the earliest. This is what MEA has said. Meanwhile, as India has acted with this strong diplomatic offensive against Pakistan, Pakistan has also reacted as expected. Pakistan has closed the Wagah border post the offensive that India has launched. Pakistan has also shut the airspace for Indian airlines. Pakistan has cancelled visas to Indians. Indians have been asked to leave Pakistan in 48 hours. In fact, Pakistan on Thursday announced the immediate closure of its airspace to all Indian-owned and Indian-operated airlines. It has also suspended all trade with India, including all the goods passing through Pakistan to or from third countries, and objected to India's decision to hold the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. In fact, Pakistan has also cancelled visas to Indians, and Indians have been asked to leave Pakistan in 48 hours. Also, Pakistan closes Wagah border with India. Well, in the wake of Pahalgam terror attack, India has taken several strong measures against Pakistan. And all of this is happening because we saw 26 innocent lives getting lost. In fact, all 26 people were murdered, were killed by terrorists in Pahalgam in South Kashmir on the 22nd of April. Now, New Delhi has suspended the Indus Water Treaty that has been in place since 1960. It governs the sharing of waters between India and Pakistan. India has also closed the integrated check post Atari, and it has downgraded diplomatic ties with Islamabad. Now, India is taking one step forward. It has taken key diplomats into confidence. Government will be briefing diplomats on the Pahalgam issue. The briefing will be to select diplomats, and the entire world has shown support and solidarity to India. And this is India taking diplomats into confidence into what it wants to do with regard to Pakistan. And remember, today was when Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his first public rally after Pahalgam also said that everybody who stands with humanity stands with India today. My colleague Vishal is reporting from the South Block, from outside the South Block, on this very important story. Vishal, what do you see around you? We hear that diplomats are going to be briefed, and this is just one step forward in that diplomatic offensive that India has launched against Pakistan. This briefing is going to be very crucial because India wants people on its side. India wants international community on its side, and it's clear with a kind of show of solidarity that we have seen in the last few days, isn't it?
Well, that is correct. So what I'm hearing here on the ground is that the briefing has just concluded. It lasted about 30 minutes is what I've heard. And the meeting had envoys from across the globe, especially from the G20 countries. You name it, US, UK, EU, Italy, Qatar, Japan, China, Russia. The leaders of all these countries were present here, and all of them walked out of that gate, and they were seen being briefed by the Indian authorities, and they were told that in the last 48 hours, whatever India has accomplished, whatever India has been able to do as far as hunting down the terrorists are concerned, and also the fact that India condemns the terrorist attack, and it wants the countries across the globe, especially the G20 countries, to be in its confidence. And we also spoke with two senior ambassadors just a moments ago, and they also told us that they unequivocally disregard, they reject this terrorist attack, and they equally condemn this terrorist attack. We spoke with the Israeli ambassador to India, Reuven Azar, who told us that the cooperation between India and Israel will be on all levels to extend support, and in the help of hunting down terrorists, Israel will be cooperating fully, whether be it technology, whether be it personnel. He did not give out the exact details, but he did say that cooperation will be on all levels. And Swedish ambassador also spoke with us moments earlier, and he also said that there will be cooperation on a lot of fronts. So countries are standing behind India. They are backing India. Most countries across the globe seem to be backing India in this hour of need and its hour of trouble. So all of that has been happening here in the South Bloc. About 20 countries, foreign dignitaries were here, and they were all briefed by the Indian authorities, and they have been briefed on the situation as to what's happened in the last 48 hours. The ghastly attack that happened, whatever the follow-up has happened from both the countries. As you mentioned a moments earlier, that even Pakistan has taken some action and closed the airspace, and some treaties that were there in place for decades have been annulled. So all of that has happened in the last few hours. So that will all come into picture, and the situation seems to be escalating as we speak, but it all boils down to what happens in the next few days, because people seem to be on edge across the globe because of this attack.
Right. Thank you, Vishal, for joining us with those details. Also joining us now is Rabinder Sachdev, who's a foreign affairs expert. Mr. Sachdev, thank you so much for your time on NDTV. My first question to you, sir. India has received a lot of solidarity and support from the international community in the last 2 days, from presidents of developed countries to even smaller countries. Several people have stood with India, showing unconditional support. But tell us, how does India look at using or utilizing the support to hold Pakistan responsible, specifically on the international stage? Is alienation of Pakistan going to be challenging for India, or is it going to be an easier task than said?
Great question. Thank you, Vasudha. Pleasure to be with you. One, you see, I mean, there are multiple dimensions to this whole thing. On the one hand, our stated stance has been that we do not want any third party, any outside, international, meddling in how we look at Pakistan. And by the way, today when Pakistan has, if their committee, national security has given out some steps, that also includes that they're saying that they will hold the Shimla Accord in abeyance, by the way, right? Now, Shimla Accord being in abeyance means what? Amongst little other things, it also means the LOC. What is the status of the LOC? Pakistan may go to the UN, may go to the OIC and say the present situation on Kashmir border is only a temporary ceasefire, and it may invite other countries to kind of, hold a hearing or something like that. So Pakistan could play up that another angle also. But in the overall context, yes, I mean, all countries, all nations, all leaders are absolutely standing with India in this hour of our grief. But at the same time, going forward, Pakistan could very well, especially you see, we've held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, right? Pakistan could take that also and, project itself as a victim and accuse India of waging water wars or using water as a weapon or weaponization of water, right? So those are some things, I think these are two specific things, I think, other than the fact that, Pakistan says that what is happening in in Kashmir is organic, ingrown. It's a result of India's, treatment of its minorities, etc. So it will ratchet up that narrative in world capitals without doubt. It will seek whenever the next, if there are any, immediate multilateral like a OIC meet happening, it will take the issue there and wherever it can. But on the whole, it will not have much of an impact. The world opinion, soft opinion, hard facts are that the world leaders will stand with India.
Okay. Going back to Vishal, Vishal, how do you see this briefing that's being done for select diplomats today? And this is also important because India has a growing stature when it comes to the international community, and India is quite aware of that. It's not what it was in 2014. In some ways, is India also looking at the complete isolation of Pakistan on the international stage? And do you think that is something that is possible for the country?
Well, for that, we'll have to wait for some time, but that does seem to be the case. As you mentioned, India would be looking to isolate Pakistan on the global stage. And there have been a lot of instances in the recent past, in the last 2 decades per se, that when these incidents have happened, and a lot of these things point to the fact that the Pakistan government or ISI or the army could have been directly involved in attacks in the last 2 decades. And in this attack also, although it's too early to say that, but a lot of things point to the fact that there could be direct involvement of Pakistan. So it has been condemned unequivocally on the global stage, and India does want its partners to stand with it, and the partners do seem to be standing with India at the moment, as we have spoken to several foreign envoys, and they have all said that they are standing with India in this hour. And Israeli ambassador spoke to us just a few moments ago and said that it has whatever it has at its disposal will be given to India, and there will be partnerships on all levels to aid India in this operation to catch those culprits involved in the killing of 26 innocent people. So all of that will come into the picture, but those operational details for sure will not be shared with the media or the common public. But whenever there is a response, the people will get to know. The last time there was a big response from India, and the world took notice of it. This time it's a bigger case. It's a huge case when the terrorists have attacked tourists who have nothing to do with the whole conflict, who had come there, who had gone there to celebrate with their families, who had gone there to spend time with their spouses. Right. They were all killed, and as I mentioned, they had nothing to do with the conflict. So all of that will be taken into factor by the world and the global arena in general.
Right. Mr. Sachdeva, like Vishal was also pointing out, I'm sure there is a burden of expectations on the government as well. But like I was also saying that this is the same government, but India has a very different stature in the international community now, and the rule book doesn't need to be the same all the time. There is a lot of calm, restraint, and also calibration that is needed, which is what India has shown. It has issued a series of measures such as closing of its land border, suspension of this vital Indus Water Treaty. How do you look at India's response till now? And also the Prime Minister today in his first public rally after Pahalgam terror attack saying very clearly that every terrorist is going to be tracked down and punished for what he did.
Thank you so much. No, absolutely, yes. You see, the bottom line is that the government, any government, they have to tread a very careful path. They have to play a balanced role, balanced actions, considering multiple aspects, I mean, governments may be formed on the basis of emotions in elections and all, but governments are not run on the basis of emotions, I would say, right? Governments have to take a very calibrated decision. And I think that's what the government of India is doing. But also at the same time, I think as you're, sharing with your viewers, the government is under tremendous pressure. Okay, there's an emotional outburst in the country, and people want some instant, karma being dealt out. However, the steps which yesterday India announced, you can break them into basically 2 categories. One was the diplomatic, right? Cancellation of the visas and such, and also the Atari border. Those are I mean, they will not have any much impact. They are big steps, no doubt, diplomatically, but they will not have any much impact other than, of course, isolating Pakistan, but not much impact on the behavior and actions of the Pakistan army, military, and political leadership. Right. The other step out of those five, so one is the category of diplomatic. The one which is on the Indus Water Treaty. Now that is a very worrisome one which can, tighten the screws on Pakistan. But by the way, realistically speaking, that will take a long time to implement or to be effective. But at the same time, as you're seeing the era today where we are in India, I mean, rule books are changing. I mean, we've kind of walked away from or suspended or held in abeyance the Indus Water Treaty, which we've never done in the last 60 odd years, which has never happened. So that is a very bold move on strategic. Now, the third piece which remains, so diplomatic, something done, economic, something done, even with the long distance view. What then remains is the third, which is some kind of a military security operation, of which the government has not said anything. But as I think all of us can understand, there must be something brewing. Their options being sorted out, and once I think they have a handle on, where did these guys originate from, what are their originating camps or some such leads, there will be some action, I think.
So several important points there, but of course fissures are escalating between India and Pakistan, even as India seeks answers and accountability to what happened in Pahalgam just 2 days ago. Thank you, Vishal, and thank you, Mr. Sachdeva, for joining me. Moving on to other stories, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers, and our spirit will never be broken. Those strong words by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Madhubani today. He was addressing his first public rally after the Pahalgam terror attack, and he sent a strong message to all the people of the country, speaking from Bihar, which is also a poll-bound state. He was speaking about the 26 tourists who were brutally killed in a terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. The Prime Minister was in Bihar's Madhubani for a government event today. In fact, it is National Panchayati Raj, and he was addressing Gram Sabhas today. He started his address, in fact, with a silent tribute to all those who were killed in Pahalgam terror attack. Later in his address, he also said that the entire country is in pain today because of the ruthless, brutal manner in which terrorists killed innocent tourists in Pahalgam. He said, and I quote, "The whole country today is with bereaved families. The government is trying its best to ensure the well-being of those who have been injured. Someone has lost a son, someone has lost a brother, someone has lost a life partner." Someone spoke Bengali, someone spoke Kannada, someone spoke Marathi, someone was an Odia, and someone was a Gujarati, and someone else was also Bihar's son. Prime Minister's strong words there in his first public rally after the terror attack in Pahalgam.
22 अप्रैल को जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने मासूम देशवासियों को जिस बेरहमी से मारा है, उससे पूरा देश व्यथित है। हमारा दुख एक जैसा है, हमारा आक्रोश एक जैसा है। ये हमला सिर्फ निहत्थे पर्यटकों पर नहीं हुआ है, देश के दुश्मनों ने भारत की आत्मा पर हमला करने का दुस्साहस किया है। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। फ्रेंड्स, today from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
So he spoke in English as well while addressing that public meeting in Madhubani in Bihar. The message was loud and clear. He was reflecting the sentiments of 140 crore Indians today. He was reflecting that anger and fury at the same time. We have heard the Prime Minister soon after the Uri attacks. We have seen him and heard from him after the Pulwama attack. But this time, the anger was far more palpable. For the Prime Minister to say that that terror must end once and for all is a strong message. For him to say that India will track and then punish each and every terrorist and their backers is a message that is going to across the border as well. Yesterday, after the Cabinet Committee on Security, India did plan 5 measures which have been taken, which is with regards to the visas. One which is perhaps most concerning for Pakistan, and we have seen a lot of Pakistani analysts and otherwise also expressing their concerns, is the Indus Water Treaty, which has been put on hold now. But now the Prime Minister's message has to do with much more than the diplomatic offensive which was launched by India yesterday, details of which also emerged today, that all Pakistani nationals who are in India must leave India immediately. So now I think it's very clear that India is preparing for a military offensive. What will be the nature of that, we'll not know until unless India has accomplished it, as we have seen in the past. But the message from the Prime Minister is loud and clear that this time, this entire cycle of terror must end.
Well, the Indian government is holding a very important meeting to discuss the Pahalgam terror attack and its potential responses. In fact, here's what is happening. A crucial meeting of the Jal Shakti Ministry on the Indus Water Treaty issue is going to happen today evening. It's going to be attended by officials from the Home Ministry, also from the Ministry of External Affairs, and also from the Ministry of Jal Shakti. Then there's an all-party meeting that is set to happen around 6 p.m., which is where different political parties are expected to participate. And this is where the centre is expected to brief lawmakers, MPs on the Pahalgam attack and what the government is doing about this. In fact, this is important. It comes one day after the CCS meeting that was led by the Prime Minister, which also saw India taking some very strong steps against Pakistan, but on a diplomatic realm. Let's first look at some political reactions to this all-party meeting that has been called by the centre before I go across to my colleague for more details.
जो इस मुल्क से मोहब्बत करने वाले हैं, मैं उनसे उम्मीद करता हूं कि वो हज़ारों नहीं लाखों की तादाद में वहां पर जमा हों और हमारा वहां पर जमा होना ना सिर्फ हम खराज अक़ीदत पेश करेंगे उन मरने वाले ख़ानदानों को, बल्कि हम उन लोगों को भी पैगाम देंगे जो दहशतगर्दी के ज़रिए इस मुल्क में हिंदुओं और मुसलमानों में नफ़रत की दीवारों को और इजाफा करना चाहते हैं.
My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, clearly the government wants consensus. The government wants everybody in India to speak in one unified voice against terror, which is why this all-party meeting has been called. Tell us, first of all, as to how many people are expected to take part in this and who is expected to brief the MPs.
Well, yesterday after the hard decisions being taken by the government of India, where the Prime Minister of our country, Narendra Modi, chaired that CCS. Important decisions were taken, and soon after that, we witnessed how the Home Minister and External Affairs Minister both briefed the President about the decisions being taken by the Government of India today. And just before, that it was, of course, the Jal Shakti Minister also conducting its own meeting. He arrived at the Shram Shakti Bhavan, and their separate meeting is underway regarding the cancellation of Indus Water Treaty. It is, of course, Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress President, who had earlier stated that all the political parties of the country should be taken into consideration, and therefore the reason perhaps it was the decision that was taken by government that all the political parties would be called and an all-party meeting would be chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. What we have been told is Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar would be also briefing the floor leaders of different political parties who had been called. The sources have indicated to us that unanimously there would be a resolution that would be passed for condemning this deadly terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir. It is, of course, the political parties from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, which has more than 5 MPs, had been called to this particular meeting, and the decisions that had been taken by the government would be briefed first. And we have been told by our sources that each and every leader who would be taking part in this meeting would be given a time for speaking, and the suggestions will also be taken to how India can counterattack Pakistan, both on diplomatic front and on the border as well. So clearly it is government who wanted to take all together, as many of the political leaders have already spoken in the past after the terror attack, that India unites as one. All the political parties, be it from the opposition or from the NDA, they are together with the government of India at this point in time.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those crucial details. We'll keep coming back to you as this is an evolving story. The all-party meeting convened by the centre is all set to begin in a short while from now. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is chairing an all-party meeting in Srinagar to discuss the recent terror attack in Pahalgam. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also emphasised on the need for collective action, stating that everybody must fight this together. Given the recent terror attack in Pahalgam, this meeting is of great importance, and it is expected to focus on security measures, relief efforts, and also strategies in future to prevent incidents like this.
सबसे पहले तो हम दोबारा उन तमाम ख़ानदानों के साथ हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं जिनके ऊपर ये वाक़या जो है, जिनके ऊपर ये सदमा हुआ है, जिनके साथ ये हुआ है। अब यहाँ पे मेरी सिर्फ एक मोतबाना गुजारिश मुल्क के बाकी लोगों के साथ, मेहरबानी करके कश्मीरियों को दुश्मन मत समझिए। ये हमारी बदकिस्मती रही है। आगे इस तरह के हादसे ना हो, उसके लिए जो इंतज़ामिया सिक्योरिटी के लिए ज़िम्मेदार हैं, उनको अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभानी होगी। उनको अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभाने में जहां हमारी मदद की ज़रूरत होगी, हम कंधे से कंधा उनके साथ खड़े होंगे।
Well, my colleague Nazir joins us with more details on this. Nazir, what happened in this all-party meeting in Srinagar? And also tell us, this is also one of the first times where all parties in Jammu and Kashmir have spoken in one voice against terror. What does this mean, and what really was the sentiment in the all-party meeting?
Well, the sentiment was same as it was for last 3 days on the streets, everywhere, in social groups, in religious groups, in mosques, in temples, everywhere, which is a collective voice against terrorism and violence, which has led to the killing, massacre of tourists in Pahalgam. So this all-party meeting convened by Chief Minister Omar Abdullah had, as you can see in these visuals, they have observed a 2-minute silence, and then everyone spoke strongly against terrorism and violence. At the same time, the participants, expressed concern over some harassment of Kashmiri students and other people, businessmen in some parts of the country, and they saying it is the people of Kashmir who have borne the brunt of terrorism and violence. Thousands of Kashmiris have been killed over the last 3 decades. They cannot be blamed for any terror incident. In fact, we are the victims, not perpetrators, and the origin of terrorism is not in Kashmir. Not in Kashmir. There is Pakistan, and police have already released the sketch and the names of those who they believe could have been behind this attack. 2 of them are Pakistanis, and clearly reward has been put. And it is always the fight against militancy has been possible only with the help of local people, which they have been doing. And whenever there has been a problem, a rift between the local people and the administration, terror has actually ruled the roost in Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact, we have seen over the last 2 days, thousands of people spontaneously coming on streets, showing their resolve against terrorism, in a sense, the people's movement against violence and terrorism, shouting slogans against terrorists and those who are behind this killing, and demanding justice for the victims of Pahalgam. In fact, earlier the Chief Minister and his cabinet has already advised the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor to summon a 1-day special session of Jammu and Kashmir Assembly on 28th of this month, where there would be a resolution passed against this senseless violence. As we see how things are shaping and playing out at the national level and international level, India has taken certain punitive actions and has clearly vowed to take action and revenge of this attack, and not only to those who have committed this horrible crime, but also in Pakistan, where it has originated or who are believed to be the handlers. Pakistan has also issued a statement wherein they have said they are suspending Shimla Agreement, which is clearly the violation of their own agreement. But here it clearly shows things are escalating from the both sides after this horrible massacre in Pahalgam.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us with those details. All-party meeting in Srinagar as well today, and also an all-party meeting convened by the centre to start any time soon. Meanwhile, in the midst of all this, an MLA from Assam has been arrested for his controversial remarks on Pahalgam. He had in fact called this attack a conspiracy by the Indian government. He has been arrested by the Assam police, is what we understand. The Assam police had taken suo motu cognizance of his remark, which had created a lot of unrest. This is an MLA from AIUDF from Assam who has been arrested now for his controversial, extremely problematic comments, calling the terror attack in Pahalgam, a conspiracy by the Indian government. Aminul Islam, MLA of the All India United Democratic Front, has been arrested by the Assam Police Crime Branch after his highly controversial and also offensive remarks alleging the involvement of the centre in the recent attack on tourists in Pahalgam. In fact, he also called Pulwama a conspiracy by the Indian government. My colleague Ratnath joins us with more details on this. Ratnath, how did this MLA get arrested? Where did he speak these? Where did he issue these statements? Because AIUDF also had condemned the terror attack. Did he go really against what his party had said? And what did he say exactly which has led to this arrest?
That's right. In fact, this statement has been made by the MLA during Panchayat election campaign. Remember, there are ensuing Panchayat elections in Assam, and this statement was made by the MLA from Dhing, Aminul Islam. He is, in past also, he is known for making controversial comment, and this controversial comment he has made in a Panchayat election campaign yesterday, and the video went viral in social media, and clearly he has gone against the party line. Remember, AIUDF, a party from Assam led by Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, had also condemned the incident and that has taken place in Pahalgam, and his party has also distanced itself from the statement that he had made. However, his statement in this controversial statement, he apparently tried to give an impression, and exactly at least that is what is been mentioned in the FIR, which has been taken suo motu by Assam police, of accusing the government of being behind attacks like Pulwama or Pahalgam, and therefore Assam police has taken suo motu cognizance of this statement. And a short while back, actually, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has also categorically said that any attempts which are in Assam, whether it's direct or indirect in nature, that is seen to be helping Pakistan, will be dealt with. And therefore, he said that he instructed the police to lodge a police investigation in this on this controversial statement. In fact, what the Chief Minister has gone on to say that the MLA has been arrested and he has been charged of sedition. In fact, there are many other charges against the MLAs in the FIR, which has been lodged with the Nagaon police. In fact, he has been booked under charges of endangering the sovereignty of the country, promoting enmity among communities, prejudice to national integration, terrorism, and breach of peace.
Right.
And he has been arrested. So this is the big breaking story that we are breaking on NDTV network at this moment. And the controversial statement, after the controversial statement made yesterday, the AIUDF MLA from Assam Singh constituency, Aminul Islam, who in past as well during COVID, the COVID times, he was arrested for a similar controversial statement.
Right. So an MLA from the AIUDF from Assam has been arrested for his controversial comments, alleging that the centre was involved in the terror attack in Pahalgam and also in Pulwama, has now been arrested after the Assam police took cognizance of his statement. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive, Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking bigs?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southern.
Welcome back. The Indian government is holding a key meeting to discuss the Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, it's holding several meetings today amongst ministry officials. And here's what is happening. In a gist, a crucial meeting of the Jal Shakti Ministry on the Indus issue is also scheduled to happen today. And this could have Ministry of Home Affairs participating in it, and also diplomats. An all-party meeting is all set to happen at 6 p.m. In fact, it has already... it is all set to begin. In fact, MPs have started arriving and they belong to different parties. Those visuals there, Rishi Shiva from the DMK arriving at the meeting venue, which is being held in the Parliament complex. Remember, this meeting is being called by the centre to discuss its options and discuss its response and approach to this resurgence of terror as witnessed in the Pahalgam terror attack. My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, what is the intent of the government behind holding this all-party meeting? All-party meetings are often held to discuss issues where the government wants to build consensus. What does it want from the opposition parties in this case?
Well, leaders from different political parties have started arriving at the parliament as far as all-party meeting is concerned. Remember, it is Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju who had been given responsibility to call them up for this meeting. The sources have clearly indicated to us that the decisions that were taken yesterday by the CCS, that would be informed and briefed by none other than the top three ministers of the country, Home Minister, Defence Minister and External Affairs Minister. And all of these leaders who would be taking participation will be given a chance to speak and also there would be a consultation process to how to engage with Pakistan, how to corner them and how an operation could be launched against Pakistan to sideline them as far as the terror attack is concerned. It is, of course, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, who had earlier stated that it should be the government of India who should take all the political parties into consideration. We have seen statements coming in from different political parties that it is entire country which is united together with the government in this hour and we have been also told that currently the leaders which had arrived is of course from the DMK, Rishi Shiva can be seen. From the Congress party, it would be Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, both the leader oppositions in the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. From the TMC, Sudhir Bandyopadhyay. From the Samajwadi Party, Ram Gopal Yadav. It would be from the Aam Aadmi Party, Sanjay Singh. From RJD, it would be Premchand Gupta. And from the TDP, Krishna Devarelu. It was, of course, stated earlier by the JDU that because there is a program of Prime Minister in Bihar and all the top leaders are there engaged in that particular program, they would not be attending. So they have also stated that it would be whatever decision that the government of India will take, they will be on their side. Certainly, and lastly, the sources have also indicated that unanimously there would be a resolution that would be passed in this all-party meeting, which will condemn this deadly terror attack.
But also tell us, with the kind of tweets that have come out, with the kind of responses that have come out from opposition parties, all of them have condemned this terror attack. Many of them have also pointed to gaps in intelligence gathering. Do you sense a caution amongst opposition parties in at least the language that they are using to talk about the terror attack? Because last time, in the case of Pulwama, we did see opposition parties finding themselves, in a knot, specifically with the kind of language that they use. So this time, do you see that they are far more careful in their criticism of the government, so that they don't seem like they are in some ways questioning the government's response, which also at some point looks like it could be hardline aggressive, and that's what probably people of the country also are looking for?
But although different political parties have stated that they are with the government of India at this point of time, but as far as this all-party meeting is concerned, the government sources had told us that it was decided that only the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs with the political parties which have more than 5 MPs from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha will only be called. We have seen statements from the CPI-ML and the CPI that had criticized the government for not calling the political parties like National Conference of the Jammu and Kashmir, who are the main party in this particular case. Why not the parties from Jammu and Kashmir are being called as well to take their suggestions? The government of India had been stating that they will take suggestions from each and every political party to further make any sort of plan of action. They wanted to brief, they want to take them into consideration, and therefore the reason perhaps this meeting stands very important at this point of time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Aishwarya. We will keep coming back to you even as this meeting goes on. It's an important all-party meeting that the government of India has convened to brief opposition leaders on its response to counter terror that is being sponsored by Pakistan, something that was evidently visible in the Pahalgam terror attack just 2 days ago. Moving on, NDTV has spoken to the first responder in the Pahalgam attack. In fact, NDTV has spoken to somebody who carried injured victims on shoulders. This is a tale of grit and commitment and determination, and this also shows that India is united against terror.
Amidst the horror that happened in the Baisaran Valley of Pahalgam, amidst the agony, amidst the tragedy, there was heroism. And one of those heroes, a man who's gone completely viral because of a short clip of what he did that day, is this man, Sajjad Ahmed Bhatt. Sajjad भाई, एक वायरल वीडियो सामने आया है जिसमें आप अपने कंधे पे एक टूरिस्ट को आपने बचाया. शुरू से बताइए कि क्या हुआ था, कैसे आप मिले उसे?
अब हम घर पे बैठे हुए थे, हमारे चाची का डेथ हुआ था, हम उसी के तहज़्ज़त पे गए. वहाँ पे जो मतलब अपने गाँव के लोग आते हैं, जो जैसे किसी का मृत्यु होता है तो लोग आते हैं घरों पे मतलब तहज़्ज़त के लिए, मतलब ऐसा हालचाल पूछने के लिए आते हैं. तो उसमें जो पूनी एसोसिएशन का प्रेसिडेंट था वहीद साहब था, उसको फ़ोन आया कि मतलब बैसरन में ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए थे. हम घर पर बैठे हुए थे तो इंसिडेंट का जब खबर सुना तो उनको फ़ोन आया कि वहाँ पर हेल्प की ज़रूरत है, आप अपने जो घोड़े वाले हैं उनके साथ उनको लेके जाए. हम 2 गए थे, वो हमको बोला था आप भी हमारे साथ आए, वहाँ लोगों का हेल्प की ज़रूरत. जब से हमने पहुँचा तो वहाँ मतलब बच्चे रो रहे थे, कुछ औरत रो रहे थे. वो बोलते हमको बचाए. हमने
ये जहाँ पे हमला हुआ था
मतलब वहाँ अंदर जो ग्राउंड है, ग्राउंड के जो गेट है, गेट के पास हुआ था, वहाँ बोल रहे थे भैया हमको बचा. हमने बोला उनको आपको टेंशन लेने की ज़रूरत है, हम लोकल है, हम आए मतलब आपके हेल्प के लिए आए हैं, आप पानी वानी पियो. पानी वानी पिलाया. जैसे हमने वो उनको ज़ख्मी को देखा तो कहीं को घोड़े पर बिठा के पहलगाम की तरफ रवाना किया. वहाँ पे बहुत सारे घोड़े, हम ही नहीं थे, बहुत सारे घोड़े वाले थे वहाँ पे. बहुत सारे मतलब जो घोड़े जिनका सवारी वहाँ पे था उन्होंने घोड़े पे बिठा के पहलगाम की तरफ. और जो ज़ख्मियों को हमने जो देखा था मतलब वहाँ पे उनकी मतलब जो ज़ख्मी थे, हमने भी जो प्रेसिडेंट है उन्होंने बोला आप इनको लेके जाओ, नीचे कंधे पे लेके जाओ, आप इनको अस्पताल पहुँचाओ. फिर उनको रास्ते में पानी पिया, दिलासा दिया आपको डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं, हम साथ में. बाकी फिर मतलब और भी फिर पुलिस आर्मी आया. बस फिर
उनका बुलेट गोली लगी थी उनको?
सर उनका जो जैकेट है मतलब जो जैकेट में उनका खून लगा है, चेहरे पे यहाँ पे खून लगा, तो वो उनको हमने देखा नहीं ब्लड वलड लगा है कि नहीं। वो
आप जानते हैं कि वो कौन था जो आपने उठाया था? वो कौन था?
बच्चा था, वो बोल रहा है कि वो जो बच्चे था उनकी माँ था, और मेरे अलावा भी जो घोड़े वाले थे उनके कंधे पे उनकी माँ था, क्योंकि वो मैं उनके आगे जा रहा था, वो हमारे पीछे पीछे आ रहा था। मैं ही नहीं, बहुत सारे लोग थे जिन्होंने कंधे पे लोगों के, अब किसी रास्ते में जब लोग देख रहे थे कि लोगों को हम कंधे पे उतार रहे हैं मतलब हॉस्पिटल के लिए, तो किसी ने फिर वीडियो बनाया, तो मेरा वीडियो जो वायरल हुआ था, नहीं तो मेरे अलावा और सारे लोगों ने भी हेल्प किया है सर।
बिल्कुल, आप ये बोल रहे हैं सज्जाद, लेकिन वो वीडियो जो आया है सामने वो वायरल गया है इंटरनेट पे, लेकिन जब ये हो रहा था, जब आपके कंधे में ये बच्चा था और उसको सहारा दे रहे थे आप, तो आपके मन में क्या चल रहा था? क्या आपको डर नहीं लग रहा था?
डर तो लगा था, पर उधर तो मतलब उधर अगर मतलब डर दिमाग में रखते तो हम उनको हेल्प नहीं कर पाते। उधर तो इंसानियत को देख के हमने उनको हेल्प किया है, मतलब ये मतलब इंसान को देख के हेल्प। इंसानियत सबसे बड़ा चीज़ है। धर्म पहले तो इंसानियत है, बाद में धर्म आता है। तो इंसान को देख के हमने मतलब देखा है कि ये भी हमारी तरफ इंसान है। फ़र्ज़ बनता था उस समय, अगर आप भी मतलब मैं क्या, आप अगर हो सकते तो आप भी अपने जान को जोखिम में डाल के उनका जान बचा। बहुत गलत इंसिडेंट हुआ, इंसानियत का कत्ल हुआ ये। मतलब उन जिनका मतलब लखते जिगर चले गए, जिनके फैमिली मेम्बर चले गए, हम उनके साथ हैं, हम उनके दुख को समझते हैं। उनके फैमिली मेम्बर का वो खून नहीं, वो हमारे फैमिली मेम्बर का, पूरे कश्मीर के अवामों का कत्ल हुआ है। अगर आप भी किसी के भी घर में जाओगे, किसी के भी मतलब घर पे भी जाओगे, देखोगे सबके आंखें नम है, मतलब सब रो रहा है कि ऐसा कभी ज़िंदगी में नहीं देखा है। पहलगाम मतलब ऐसा जगह था, यहाँ पे मतलब लोग आते हैं, मतलब एक मतलब फैमिली जैसा उनको व्यवहार करते हैं। अगर अब कैसे मतलब लोग समझे हमारे अंदर क्या गुजर रहा है, अब कैसे हम अपने सीने को चीर कर दिखा सकते हैं लोगों को कि हमारे अंदर क्या गुजर रहा है, कश्मीरी के अंदर क्या गुजरा। अब लोग जो उनके फैमिली है, उनको मैं हाथ जोड़कर मतलब ये करता हूँ कि आप किसी के गलत फहमी में मत पड़ो। मतलब आप मतलब वही मतलब जो आपको अच्छा लगे आप वही मतलब करें, किसी के गलत में किसी को मतलब सताए मत आप। मतलब जो आपके लोगों के साथ हुआ है वो हमारे अपने लोग हैं, और वो हमारे लोगों के साथ ही हुआ है। हम उनसे मतलब हाथ जोड़े निवेदन करते हैं, आप किसी प्रोपेगेंडा के अंदर मत आए। मतलब जो अभी कोई न्यूज़ देख रहा है तो ऐसा मतलब उसमें दिखा रहा है वो है ये, मतलब ऐसे उसमें एक कश्मीरी भैया का भी, एक घोड़े वाले भाई का भी जान गया है सर। ये चीज़ मतलब हम बोलना चाहते हैं, एटलीस्ट तो गलत तो गलत ही है सर।
नहीं, हमने भी वो न्यूज़ दिखाया है जिसकी जान चली गई है। आखिरी सवाल सज्जाद भाई, वो ये है कि आप भी एक छोटे दुकानदार हो पहलगाम में, तो आप
टूरिस्ट गाइडिंग भी करते हैं, उसके साथ शॉल का काम भी करते हैं।
तो इस इंसिडेंट के बाद आपका क्या प्लान है? आपके मन में क्या है कि क्या सोचा है आपने, क्या अपने परिवार को कैसे सुरक्षित रखेंगे आगे जाके?
वही तो है ना, नहीं सुरक्षा की इसमें कोई मतलब बात नहीं। हम मतलब जब हम भी सोचे कि लोग आए वहाँ पे, हमारा भी मतलब हमारा जैसे चल रहा था रोज़ा रोटी वैसे ही चले। हम उनको रिक्वेस्ट, आप डरिए मत, आप आ जाइए आराम से घर, मतलब आराम से कश्मीर घूमने आए बस।
He had a little boy on his shoulders. He didn't fear for his life. He says, don't fall for any propaganda. He says, what would we gain by endangering the people who literally mean our livelihood? Sajjad Ahmed Bhatt of Pahalgam is someone who people will remember because of a tiny viral clip. He doesn't even know who took that video, and he says there were others who carried people on their shoulders. It is this selflessness and humility and the pleading nature of the people here of Pahalgam saying, we don't know how to explain to our guests that they should come back, because we know that it's not going to happen anytime soon. With Ashwini Mehra in Pahalgam, Shiv Arur for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Good evening and welcome to this Ground Zero broadcast from Pahalgam. I'm Shiv. This is NDTV's rolling and non-stop coverage of India's biggest story. And on this day, 2 days after the Pahalgam terror massacre by Pakistani terror, it is the biggest day as far as developments are concerned. Over the next 25 minutes, I'm going to take you through all of those big developments, what I've seen here in Pahalgam town, and what the consequences hint at for Pakistan and the world, as indicated by Prime Minister Modi. Here in Pahalgam, where the terrorist strike took place, just about 1.5 kilometers behind me in that direction, things are quiet. It's a complete ghost town, as you will see in my ground reports coming up in just a short while from now. But while things are very, very silent, ghostly here in Pahalgam, Ground Zero, the epicenter of terror, things are just the opposite in India's national capital. Because it is there and in Bihar earlier today where the Prime Minister and his government have been clearing the decks for what is being unanimously interpreted as big decisive action at some point in the future. It could be soon, it could be later, that's anyone's guess. But what seems clear is that the government plans to take big action against Pakistan. One of the biggest hints, in fact, of some kind of big action is political consensus being sought. An all-party meet is underway in the national capital right now. Members and leaders of various parties have been seen already arriving at the Parliament Annex for that convention of all of the parties in the country, all of the opposition parties. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, and other senior leaders from the ruling establishment will be there in order to presumably brief the opposition and bring all parties on board for some kind of political consensus. I want to go across to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain, who's been plugged into all of the political developments in the fallout of what happened here in Pahalgam. Aishwarya, leaders have begun arriving. The all-party meet is set to begin any moment now. Give us a sense of who all are in there. and what's likely to happen. It is already being seen as an exercise in political consensus for something big, Aishwarya.
Well, certainly. And remember, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president and leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, had earlier stated that the entire opposition should be briefed about the developments being done by the government. And yesterday, after Prime Minister chaired the CCS, important decisions were made. And just before the all-party meeting, it was External Affairs Minister and the Home Minister of our country who briefed the President of India, and now we have been told that the all-party meeting in Parliament has begun. It is, of course, the sources who had indicated to us that unanimously there would be a resolution that would be passed for condemnation of the terror attack in Pahalgam, and also every member who will take participation in this all-party meeting, be it from the opposition or be it from the NDA, will be given a chance and suggestions will be taken from them for the counter-action against Pakistan. Till now, it is from the Congress Party, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, from the TMC, Sudip Bandyopadhyay, from the Samajwadi Party, Ram Gopal Yadav, from the RJD, Premchand Gupta, from the Aam Aadmi Party, Sanjay Singh, from the TDP, Krishna Devaralu, DMK, from the DMK, Tiruchi Siva, from Shiv Sena, Shrikant Shinde had already reached. Apart from it, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and BJP President JP Nadda had also reached the Parliament, and it would be Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who, on probability, would be briefing about the developments that the government of India has taken against Pakistan to isolate them.
Aishwarya, you know, we've seen some domestic political frictions which are usually very normal as far as India is concerned in the run-up to this all-party meeting. But I imagine that like during Balakot and during Uri as well, political consensus is a very separate thing. And that's what this all-party meeting is really all about. The government wants to be seen to be taking everyone along in whatever decision it has taken.
Well, the government of India want to take all the political parties on board in their decision that they are going to take to corner Pakistan. And the message was straight from the Prime Minister today in a rally in Bihar that they will first identify and then they will punish the terrorists. And that was a message to the world as well. And it is, of course, smaller parties that are not being invited. The sources have indicated to us that the political parties, which had more than 5 MPs in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, had been called. CPIML or the CPI had given a statement that parties like National Conference from the Jammu and Kashmir, who is the party in this particular case, should also have been invited. Of course, the statements from the political parties from different fronts had been one, that they are together with the government at this hour, and certainly whatever decision the government will take, they will be firm in that particular part. But it is, of course, JDU who had earlier stated that because of the program of Prime Minister in Bihar, they will not be attending it, but they are together with the government, whatever decision that they take. What will be the outcome is something that we will be witnessing in next 1 hour when this meeting will conclude.
And we're going to be plugged into that. Aishwarya and the rest of our political team will obviously be breaking what that resolution is going to be once that all-party meeting is over. Aishwarya, for the moment, thanks very much. Remember, the all-party meeting is only one of a whole host of indicators today that seem to confirm, not just hint, but confirm that decisive and hard action lies ahead. It started with Prime Minister Modi and his speech in Bihar. This was preceded by interim punitive measures by India against Pakistan, most notably the holding in abeyance the Indus Water Sharing Treaty. Then you had the scrapping of all Pakistani visas. You've got the Atari border shut. You've got Pakistan closing its airspace. You've got several other measures that have been put into place and imposed by India. Diplomats have been briefed. and now you've got this all-party meeting that's underway in the national capital right now. Here in Pahalgam, where we're bringing you this live broadcast from the news from Bihar and Delhi, the announcement by Prime Minister Modi and the measures that have been decided on by the government have actually been welcomed with open arms. The people here are still in shock, but they say the only way to navigate what has happened here and to deal with the shock of what has happened in Pahalgam, a place where tourists have always been safe. There has always been an unwritten promise that nobody will ever touch visitors and guests, and the mehman, who are the very lifeblood and livelihood of hill stations of this kind, that has been broken, a red line has been crossed, and therefore, no matter how hard the decision or the imposition that India makes on Pakistan, it will still be inadequate, is the very candid view that we've been soaking up all day here in Pahalgam. In fact, when I arrived, when Ashwini and I arrived just a few hours ago, it was a ghost town right from the beginning, from the foothills of Anantnag, which are usually full of vehicles at this time of year, with vacation makers, holiday makers rushing to this wonderful spot. It was completely empty. What we found was literally a ghost town. Take a look at what we saw. This is peak holiday and tourist season. It's a beautiful sunny day in April. But this highway that's usually a mad rush of tourist vehicles and taxis making their way to one of Kashmir's most popular destinations, Pahalgam, wears this completely deserted look. I don't even need to explain it. You can see it for yourself. There's nothing on the road, and it's usually a jam here at this point of time. That's what the locals tell us. The fact is, 2 days after the massacre in Pahalgam, just a few kilometers into the Anantnag Hills from where we're standing, there is absolutely nothing. A small smattering of supply trucks, lots of security convoys, visibly elevated security in this area. But the only thing coming from Pahalgam have been tourist vehicles. Many had to delay their departure from Pahalgam simply because of the exodus and the rush. There were a lot of people there at the time when the massacre took place, when the terror attack took place. They've all left. Some of them are going to be camping in Srinagar for a couple of days maybe, and then flying out. That is how bad things are. The people of Pahalgam, the people of the towns leading up to Pahalgam, all fueled by the tourism economy, are now completely bereft. They're terrified of what lies ahead. We're told that the hundreds of cars that passed this way at exactly this time, and there were bumper footfalls and tire trails down this road just last year, a record for Jammu and Kashmir. Now 30% of the annual tourism economy has completely evaporated after gunfire that lasted about 10 minutes 2 days ago. What the future holds for Pahalgam and all the other holiday destinations in Jammu and Kashmir hangs in the balance and is totally uncertain. With Ashwini Mehra in the lead up to Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, Shiv Arur, NDTV. And remember, the sense of disbelief and anger in all parts of the country today over what happened in Kashmir is palpable, it's understandable. These are extreme emotions that everyone is feeling. There are many who believe that the tourists have been betrayed by those who were supposed to protect them. These are fierce, polarizing emotions that many of us feel. Here in Pahalgam, we had a chance to speak directly to those who have literally lost as a result of this massacre. Watching people die in front of them, their own guests, the people who literally mean livelihood for them. For instance, the Taxi Federation here in Pahalgam, people who had bookings for a month in advance and a month forward, and now have empty taxis with no customers and nowhere to go. Take a look. This is the main taxi cab hub in Pahalgam. And I can tell you that this lot is usually empty at this time of year. There is not a single place that has a car. And now every car, every taxi cab in Pahalgam is currently parked, unmoving, nobody inside, no customers, nobody with anywhere to go because they've all gone. Some of these cars were transporting tourists out of Pahalgam back to the Srinagar Valley yesterday, and now they're gone. And all these taxis are now just stranded here. And here are their drivers. Here are the drivers who've got no customers now. They've got nobody to drive, they've got nowhere to go, and they're wondering where the bulk of their income, which is supposed to happen at this time, is going to come from. Ghulam Nabi Sahab is the president of this taxi association, and he's agreed to speak to us because they're sitting around now with nothing to do when this is actually their busiest time. Ghulam Nabi bhai, आपके मन में अभी क्या है जो हुआ है पहलगाम में? अब जो गाड़ियां खड़ी हैं यहाँ पे, यूजुअली अब कस्टमर्स हैं, टूरिस्ट होते हैं, आप उनको पहुंचाते हो जगह जगह, अब क्या है, क्या हालात है?
सर हमारा सब कुछ खत्म कर दिया है कि हमारा टोटल जो हमारा रोजी रोटी है तो सर पूरा टूरिज्म पे है। हमारा पूरा पहलगाम, पूरा कश्मीर ख़त्म किया है, जितने भी लोग हैं सबका रोज़गार ख़त्म किया है। अगर इसने पहले किया होता था कि हर जगह हर टूरिस्ट स्पॉट में सिक्योरिटी होता था तो इतना नहीं होता था, क्योंकि आरू वैली हम यहाँ से टूरिस्ट लेके जाते हैं, चंदनवारी जाते हैं, बेता वैली जाते हैं। चंदनवारी में सिक्योरिटी है, आरू वैली में नहीं है, 22 सरन में नहीं है। अगर यहाँ थोड़ा सा सिक्योरिटी होता था तो वहम थोड़ा रहता था कि यहाँ टूरिस्ट है, कुछ दबा रहता था। तो हम कोशिश करते हैं कि हर जगह में सिक्योरिटी होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम भी अब जाना नहीं चाहते हैं इन स्पॉटों में जब तक गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी नहीं रखेगा। हमारा पूरा ख़त्म किया है, मतलब हमारे पास कोई बाग शाग नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है।
A very troubling thing I heard from multiple residents of Pahalgam over the last few hours that I've been here is that if this hill town had a proper hospital, then it is possible that 10 to 12 of the gunshot victims in the Tuesday massacre may have actually been saved. We don't know if that's true, but we had so many people coming to us and saying the same thing. We needed to see for ourselves. See for yourself. 26 people dead is something that Pahalgam will possibly never get over. But the injured who had suffered those grievous gunshot wounds were brought here first. They were brought here first in taxis, wrapped in towels and wrapped in sheets to stop the blood loss. This little dispensary is where most of them were brought for initial treatment. Even from the outside, you can tell that it was clearly not equipped enough to deal with grievous gunshot injuries. It is little more than a small little dispensary. Most of the time it's pretty ramshackle with one or two people on duty. But here's the most disturbing part. Person after person, resident after resident that we've been speaking to here in Pahalgam brings up the notion of a hospital. They say, non-instigated, they say that if a hospital, a full-fledged proper hospital befitting a place with such a crowded tourist season was available, then maybe the death toll wouldn't have been 26, maybe 10, 12, maybe even 15 people could have possibly been saved, or maybe the injuries wouldn't have been as grievous. This is that under construction hospital. It is something that represents a promise that's been on for over a decade, we are told. The residents don't blame anyone in particular, but they say promise after promise has been made. Pahalgam has been a bustling tourist destination for so long, and yet, if this hospital perhaps had existed at that time, maybe it wouldn't have been 26 dead. So we just showed you the tiny little dispensary in the under construction hospital where 2 days after the massacre, construction is continuing, painting is happening. We don't know if it's being deliberately done now to show some kind of action. But the people here in Pahalgam believe that if there was a big enough, well-equipped hospital here, maybe the death toll wouldn't have been 26. Maybe some of the injured who had suffered gunshot wounds would have been saved, because they had to be taken far away from here for treatment, by which time they were declared dead. Now, these are the words of the people here. Let's listen to it themselves, because this is something we've been hearing repeatedly since we arrived in Pahalgam. The idea that it didn't have a hospital, and that's why some of their guests perhaps couldn't be saved. आप जो बोल रहे थे हमको हॉस्पिटल के बारे में पहलगाम में,
हम इतना रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा था, अगर यहाँ पर फैसिलिटी होता था तो यहाँ पर ब्लड बैंक होता है, इतना बड़ा लॉस नहीं होता है। जब मतलब ये हमारे मेहमान यहाँ पर डेथ हुआ, अगर ब्लड बैंक होता था, यहाँ अस्पताल की फैसिलिटी अच्छी होती है। मुलाजिम तो ड्यूटी पर थे, लेकिन फैसिलिटी उतनी नहीं है यहाँ पर सर। हम लोग बहुत ही दुखी इस बात पर भी, कम से कम 5-6 लोग तो जान बच सकता था। हम भी अपना खून देने के लिए तैयार रहता था, पूरे पहलगाम के बच्चे खून देने के लिए तैयार होता अगर कुछ फैसिलिटी यहाँ पर होता है।
तो यहाँ पे अलग से ठीक ठाक हॉस्पिटल नहीं था, इसलिए जो जख्मी थे उनको काफ़ी दूर लेना पड़ गया था। कितना दूर?
40 किलोमीटर, लगभग 40-45 किलोमीटर दूर अनंतनाग लेना पड़ा।
और वो 1 घंटा लगा फिर?
1 घंटा लगता, पूरा 1 घंटा लगता सर यहाँ से अनंतनाग के लिए। तो अगर फैसिलिटी होता, हम जवान यहाँ पर लोकल जवान खून देने के लिए तैयार होता है, किसी का जान बच सकता, हमारा फर्ज बनता था किसी का जान बचाना था।
तो क्यों ये हॉस्पिटल नहीं है? ये इतना छोटा हॉस्पिटल क्यों है यहाँ?
ये आज से पहले 15 साल से ये बन रहा है। तो यहाँ पे एक्चुअली बात ये है कि ये टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है। यहाँ पे आज से पहले 1 साल ITBP का बस यहाँ पे चंदनवाड़ी रोड पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। उस टाइम भी हमने ड्राइवर एसोसिएशन ने यहाँ पे गाड़ियाँ निकाला और हमने हॉस्पिटल पहुँचाया लोगों को। वहाँ पे एक्चुअली फैसिलिटी नहीं है हमारे पास। यहाँ पे एक्चुअली यहाँ से 50 किलोमीटर दूर जाना पड़ता है, यहाँ श्रीनगर रेफ़र करना पड़ता है। अगर हमारे पास यहाँ फैसिलिटी होते, गवर्नमेंट हमको फैसिलिटी देते, तो यहाँ पे कम से कम आबादी भी 50,000 से ज़्यादा है इस हॉस्पिटल पे। यहाँ पे कोई अफसर ध्यान नहीं देता है। क्या करेंगे? ये जो स्टाफ है यहाँ का मेडिकल
तो
स्टाफ,
किसको दोषी मानते हो? क्यों ये हॉस्पिटल नहीं है? इतना सारा जो बिजनेस चलता है यहाँ पे टूरिज्म के वजह से, इतने लोग आते हैं यहाँ पे, एक्सीडेंट्स भी होते हैं, मरीज भी हैं, एल्डर्स भी हैं, तो हॉस्पिटल क्यों नहीं है?
देखो जनाब, क्या
यात्रा भी है।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यहाँ पर जो है ये टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है, पूरा टूरिस्ट से भरे हुए थे, तो टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है। उसके बाद यात्री पीरियड लगता है, जो श्रद्धालु लोग दर्शन पे आते हैं, उस टाइम भी हॉस्पिटल की प्रॉब्लम होती है यहाँ पर। अगर यहाँ पर बेड मतलब अस्पताल बना है, अभी भी अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, अभी भी वो पूरा नहीं हो जाता है, अभी भी उसमें काम आधे अधूरा है। इसीलिए हम अभी जो हमारी जो गवर्नमेंट है, गवर्नमेंट तक, LG गवर्नमेंट तक हम ये बात पहुंचना चाहते हैं, जो इस वक्त मतलब गवर्नमेंट सब उसी के हाथ में, पूरा सिस्टम उसी के हाथ में है, ये बात हम उस तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं। अभी हमको मतलब 10 दिन या 20 दिन या 25 दिन में हॉस्पिटल पूरा, 15 दिन में ये हमको कंप्लीट होना चाहिए। अगर इस वक्त किसी गाड़ी को यहाँ पर टूरिस्ट आता है, कोई एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है रास्ते में, या हो जाता है, या आम लोगों को एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है, उनको यहाँ से रेफ़र करना पड़ता है अनंतनाग के लिए। 40 किलोमीटर का मसला है, तब तक उसका खून लॉस हो जाता है, जब तक वो ऑन द स्पॉट डेथ हो जाता है, फिर क्या मसला?
These are the claims of the people of Pahalgam. We have to take them in some ways at face value, but to even think that some lives could be saved is such an agonizing thought. We've just seen that under construction hospital being painted right now. Maybe work will actually get going, but on NDTV through this report, we hope it reaches the right authorities to make sure that Pahalgam gets what it needs and gets what it deserves. With Ashwini Mehra in Pahalgam, J&K, Shivarur, NDTV. And amidst the greatest tragedies, amidst the most horrible violence, you also find valor, you also find fearlessness, you also find heroes. One such was Sajjad Ahmed Bhatt. A small clip of him taken by somebody else has gone completely viral. You'll know why when you see this conversation I was privileged enough to have with him. Amidst the horror that happened in the Baisaran Valley of Pahalgam, amidst the agony, amidst the tragedy, there was heroism. And one of those heroes, a man who's gone completely viral because of a short clip of what he did that day, is this man, Sajjad Ahmed Bhatt. Sajjad bhai, एक वायरल वीडियो सामने आया है जिसमें आप अपने कंधे पे एक टूरिस्ट को आपने बचाया। शुरू से बताइए कि क्या हुआ था, कैसे आप मिले उसे?
अब हम घर पे बैठे हुए थे, हमारे चाची का डेथ हुआ था, हम उसी के तहज़्ज़ुद पे गए। वहाँ पे जो मतलब अपने गाँव के लोग आते हैं, जो जैसे किसी का मृत्यु होता है तो लोग आते हैं घरों पे मतलब तहज़्ज़ुद के लिए, मतलब ऐसा हालचाल पूछने के लिए आते हैं। तो उसमें जो पुणे एसोसिएशन का प्रेसिडेंट था, वहीद साहब था, उसको फ़ोन आया कि मतलब बैसरन में ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए थे। हम घर पर बैठे हुए थे, तो इंसिडेंट का जब खबर सुना तो उनको फ़ोन आया कि वहाँ पर हेल्प की ज़रूरत है, आप अपने जो घोड़े वाले हैं उनके साथ उनको लेके जाए। हम 2 गए थे, वो हमको बोला था आप भी हमारे साथ आए, वहाँ लोगों का हेल्प की ज़रूरत। जब से हमने पहुँचा है तो वहाँ मतलब बच्चे रो रहे थे, कुछ औरत रो रहे थे, वो बोलते हमको बचाए। हमने
ये जहाँ पे हमला हुआ था
मतलब वहाँ अंदर जो ग्राउंड है, ग्राउंड के जो गेट है, गेट के पास हुआ था, वहाँ बोल रहे थे भैया हमको बचा। हमने बोला उनको आपको टेंशन लेने की ज़रूरत है, हम लोकल है, हम आए, मतलब आपके हेल्प के लिए आए हैं, आप पानी वानी पियो, पानी वानी पिलाया। जैसे हमने वो उनको ज़ख्मी को देखा तो कहीं को घोड़े पर बिठा के पहलगाम की तरफ रवाना किया। वहाँ पे बहुत सारे घोड़े, हम ही नहीं थे, बहुत सारे घोड़े वाले थे वहाँ पे, बहुत सारे मतलब जो घोड़े जिनका सवारी वहाँ पे था उन्होंने घोड़े पे बिठा के पहलगाम की तरफ, और जो ज़ख्मियों को हमने जो देखा था मतलब वहाँ पे उनकी मतलब जो ज़ख्मी थे, हमने भी जो प्रेसिडेंट है उन्होंने बोला आप इनको लेके जाओ, नीचे कंधे पे लेके जाओ, आप इनको अस्पताल पहुँचाओ। फिर उनको रास्ते वास्ते में पानी पे दिलासा दिया, आपको डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं, हम साथ में। बाकी फिर मतलब और भी फिर पुलिस आर्मी वार्मी आया, बस फिर
उनका बुलेट गोली लगी थी उनको?
सर उनका जो जैकेट है मतलब जो जैकेट में उनका खून लगा है, चेहरे पे यहाँ पे खून लगा, तो वो उनको हमने देखा नहीं ब्लड व्लड लगा है कि नहीं। वो
आप जानते हो कि वो कौन था जो आपने उठाया था? वो कौन था?
बच्चा था, वो बोल रहा कि वो जो बच्चे था उनकी माँ था, और मेरे अलावा भी जो घोड़े वाले थे उनके कंधे पे उनकी माँ था, क्योंकि वो मैं उनके आगे जा रहा था, वो हमारे पीछे पीछे आ रहा था। मैं ही नहीं, बहुत सारे लोग थे जिन्होंने कंधे पे लोगों के, अब किसी रास्ते में जब लोग देख रहे थे कि लोगों को हम कंधे पे उतार रहे हैं मतलब हॉस्पिटल के लिए, तो किसी ने फिर वीडियो बनाया, तो मेरा वीडियो जो वायरल हुआ था, नहीं तो मेरे अलावा और सारे लोगों ने भी हेल्प किया है सर।
बिल्कुल, आप ये बोल रहे हैं सज्जाद, लेकिन वो वीडियो जो आया है सामने वो वायरल गया है इंटरनेट पे। लेकिन जब ये हो रहा था, जब आपके कंधे में ये बच्चा था और उसको सहारा दे रहे थे आप, तो आपके मन में क्या चल रहा था? क्या आपको डर नहीं लग रहा था?
डर तो लगा था, पर उधर तो मतलब उधर अगर मतलब डर दिमाग में रखता तो हम उनको हेल्प नहीं कर पाते। उधर तो इंसानियत को देख के हमने उनको हेल्प किया है, मतलब ये मतलब इंसान को देख के हेल्प। इंसानियत सबसे बड़ा चीज़ है। धर्म पहले तो इंसानियत है, बाद में धर्म आता है। तो इंसान को देख के हमने मतलब देखा है कि ये भी हमारी तरफ इंसान है। फ़र्ज़ बनता था उस समय, अगर आप भी मतलब मैं क्या आप अगर हो सकते तो आप भी अपने जान को जोखिम में डाल के उनका जान बचा। बहुत गलत इंसिडेंट हुआ, इंसानियत का कत्ल हुआ ये। मतलब जिनका मतलब लगते जिगर चले गए, जिनके फैमिली मेम्बर चले गए, हम उनके साथ हैं, हम उनके दुख को समझते हैं। उनके फैमिली मेम्बर का वो खून नहीं, वो हमारे फैमिली मेम्बर का, पूरे कश्मीर के अवामों का कत्ल हुआ है। अगर आप भी किसी के भी घर में जाओगे, किसी के भी मतलब घर पे भी जाओगे, देखोगे सबके आंखें नम है। मतलब सब रो रहा है कि ऐसा कभी ज़िंदगी में नहीं देखा है। पहलगाम मतलब ऐसा जगह था, यहाँ पे मतलब लोग आते हैं, मतलब एक मतलब फैमिली जैसा उनको व्यवहार करते हैं। अगर अब कैसे मतलब लोग समझे हमारे अंदर क्या गुजर रहा है, अब कैसे हम अपने सीने को चीर कर दिखा सकते हैं लोगों को कि हमारे अंदर क्या गुजर रहा है, कश्मीरी के अंदर क्या गुजरा। अब लोग जो उनके फैमिली है उनको मैं हाथ जोड़कर मतलब ये करता हूँ कि आप किसी के गलत फहमी में मत पड़ो। मतलब आप मतलब वही मतलब जो आपको अच्छा लगे आप वही मतलब करिए, किसी के गलत में किसी को मतलब सताए मत आप। मतलब जो आपके लोगों के साथ हुआ है वो हमारे अपने लोग हैं, और वो हमारे लोगों के साथ ही हुआ है। हम उनसे मतलब हाथ जोड़े निवेदन करते हैं, आप किसी प्रोपेगेंडा के अंदर मत आए। मतलब जो अभी कोई न्यूज़ देख रहा है तो ऐसा मतलब उसमें दिखा रहा है वो है ये, मतलब ऐसे उसमें एक कश्मीरी भैया का भी, एक घोड़े वाले भाई का भी जान गया है सर। ये चीज़ मतलब हम बोलना चाहते हैं। एटलीस्ट तो गलत तो गलत ही है सर।
नहीं, हमने भी वो न्यूज़ दिखाया है जिसकी जान चली गई है। आखिरी सवाल सज्जाद भाई, वो ये है कि आप भी एक छोटे दुकानदार हो पहलगाम में, तो आप
टूरिस्ट गाइडिंग भी करते हैं, उसके साथ शॉल का काम भी करते हैं।
तो इस इंसिडेंट के बाद आपका क्या प्लान है? आपके मन में क्या है कि क्या सोचा है आपने, क्या अपने परिवार को कैसे सुरक्षित रखेंगे आगे जाके?
वही तो है ना, नहीं सुरक्षा की इसमें कोई मतलब बात नहीं। हम मतलब जब हम भी सोचे कि लोग आए वहाँ पे, हमारा भी मतलब हमारा जैसे चल रहा था रोज़ा रोटी वैसे ही चले। हम उनको रिक्वेस्ट, आप डरिए मत, आप आ जाइए आराम से घर, मतलब आराम से कश्मीर घूमने आए बस।
He had a little boy on his shoulders. He didn't fear for his life. He says, don't fall for any propaganda. He says, what would we gain by endangering the people who literally mean our livelihood? Sajjad Ahmed Bhatt of Pahalgam is someone who people will remember because of a tiny viral clip. He doesn't even know who took that video, and he says there were others who carried people on their shoulders. It is this selflessness and humility and the pleading nature of the people here of Pahalgam saying, we don't know how to explain to our guests that they should come back, because we know that it's not going to happen anytime soon. With Ashwini Mehra in Pahalgam, Shiv Arur for NDTV. Showing you much more from here in Pahalgam very, very soon, but I did want to end this broadcast from here, just a kilometer and a half from the epicenter of that terror attack, by saying that the security forces who are on high alert, the beefed up security here in Pahalgam, you can see soldiers from different agencies patrolling non-stop. It's obviously heightened after what happened on Tuesday. They've got a terribly difficult job. Many of their colleagues are on the frontiers hunting for the terrorists. for what they did on Tuesday. There are others on the line of control. There are Jawans in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir as part of beefed up security measures. And they have the most complicated, the most demanding job. To us, it is for us to pay them tribute, to wish them Godspeed, wish them well, and to tell their families in different parts of the country that we will be telling their stories as well. Thanks for watching this special broadcast. The news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and center, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details.
On a rather challenging day, when tensions from both sides, India and Pakistan, seems to be stiffening further, we are joined at NDTV by two international experts who have seen India-Pakistan relationship, particularly India, from a global prism, Ms. Lisa Curtis and Mr. Richard Russo. Lisa, to you first. Where do you see all of this moving? In which direction? This seems to be fraught now, and the question that would be playing on the top of all minds that are vested in this, including some of the Western minds like yours, would be, where is all this headed?
Well, I think this is a very alarming situation, the worst terrorist attack in Kashmir since the 2019 crisis. But this one, very brutal, attacking tourists, mainly, Hindu tourists that were in the area. And so I think this is an alarming situation. India has showed already that it's ready to respond. It's ready to act. It's already expelled Pakistan embassy staff. It's closed the borders, expelling Pakistani nationals from the country, and it has suspended the Indus Water Treaty. So India has reacted very swiftly But I don't think this will be the end of the Indian response. I think there's a lot of suspicions of a Pakistani hand. I think the timing of it is suspect. The fact that Vice President Vance is in the country, the fact that these tourists were systematically targeted, showing a ruthlessness that we don't see generally from local Kashmiri militants. And the fact that the Chief of Army Staff, Asim Munir, just last week made very provocative statements about Kashmir. So I think the Indian establishment is placing the blame on Pakistan, and this has, alarming implications for the region, given that, we have two nuclear-armed states. We've seen many crises in the past escalate. And so, hopefully the U.S. will get involved and try to calm tensions.
Alarming situation, Mr. Russo. And the fact that, this, whenever we talk about India, Pakistan, this binary of the nuclear armed states or nuclear, powers comes into play. But I do not think at this point in time, anybody in India, at least, as far as the sense that I get when I speak to the establishment, is willing to respect any kind of nuclear binary here. And I agree partly with Lisa's summation of the situation that this is certainly not going to be the end of the Indian response. What do you think? I mean, in that sense, a threshold has been breached, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately, it is a situation that India has dealt with pretty consistently across the many decades now. And I think, Lisa correctly laid out what we've seen. India, Pakistan have playbooks for the way that non-military steps that they can take on the heels of a crisis like this. But then you move into the area of uncertainty. I think we've seen successive U.S. administrations that have given India more of a free hand, not that it's ours to give, but not condemning India for initiating, modest but successful counterattacks against Pakistan, attacking terror bases across the line of control. And so I think India feels a little bit more freedom, especially wanting to maintain, I think, what has been a pretty good rise in U.S.-India relations, that for India to take steps of its own accord militarily that won't see necessarily the United States withdrawing. And President Trump, and Lisa, of course, knows this better than I do, has no love for Pakistan. So I think for India to take the fight across the border, initiate attacks as they've done the last couple of times, you had significant attacks, I wouldn't be surprised. But then, again, you're moving into the area of uncertainty. We've seen major troop mobilizations in times past, things like that, threats of war, times where war has actually taken place. But so far, I've been around Washington the last couple of days for the World Bank IMF meetings and business community meetings, and you don't yet feel that sense of frenzy. Should we be moving citizens, things like that. So far, I think on this side of the aisle, things are relatively calm, and just, of course, praying for India and hoping that things get resolved in a favorable way sooner rather than later.
And Lisa, you have been actively associated with at least the first Trump administration. The volatility in this US administration, that is Mr. Trump's administration, has always been higher than a regular, if one were to put it like that, regular kind of a US administration. However, quite clearly, Mr. Trump has made his position very, very clear when it comes to terror attacks, particularly state-sponsored cross-border terror attacks. Do you think that India has that additional leeway available and an explicit sort of support from the Trump administration, particularly in keeping in mind that the American vice president was on Indian soil when this brutal, dastardly attack took place?
Well, I think you are going to see strong support for India from the second Trump administration. Already they've signaled how important India is to the United States. We've already seen a visit between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, the vice president going to India just this week. So you'll see strong support for India. However, I think it's a complicated situation, and nobody wants to see a full-blown military crisis or even conflict, which could happen if they go up the escalation ladder. So I think you'll see publicly very strong support for India. a lot of sympathy for India, and probably some condemnation of Pakistan. It has harbored terrorists in the past, has had a role in other terrorist attacks in India. I don't know the facts of what's happening, but I've laid out why the Indians are likely suspicious of a Pakistan hand. But at the same time, the U.S. has always played a role of reducing tensions, calming down crises in the region. And my hope is that the U.S. plays the same role this time around. But I'm a little bit nervous about that because there are so many distractions across the world right now. There are so many conflicts in Russia, the Middle East, and the U.S. has its hands full right now. And frankly, this second Trump administration has not shown that it's very organized yet. It's still in the first 100 days. We just surpassed the first 100 days. So my concern is that there may not be the same kind of diplomatic organization that we've seen the U.S. play in the past. Even in the 2019 crisis, Secretary of State Pompeo, former Secretary of State Pompeo, played a very important role in working the phones, talking to both sides, ensuring that that crisis was de-escalated. And to mention that previous crisis, the two sides got lucky in that the Indian pilot survived after the dogfight between the Indian and Pakistani fighter jets and was then used to de-escalate the overall crisis. We don't know if there would be such an opportunity this time around. So I think we're in very dicey territory, very dangerous territory, and the U.S. has to walk this line of showing support for India, condemning Pakistan for its past support to terrorism, but then counseling military restraint. Nobody wants to see conflict break out in this region.
Richard, too many conflicts on the global plate currently, and that is why probably Pakistanis thought that this is an opportune moment for carrying out this kind of strike. Indian establishment obviously has no doubt in their mind that there is an active Pakistani hand behind this, that there is an absolutely direct connection to the Pakistani establishment, to the people who have actually carried out, and this is actually a state-sponsored attack. Indian establishment is absolutely in no doubt on that proposition, and they are mincing no words. They have directly, actively blamed Pakistani establishment, not non-state actors, not terror groups, not terrorists. They have blamed the Pakistani establishment for this kind of blatant, brazen, dastardly terror attack on complete innocents, people who have absolutely nothing to do with any kind of conflict, the bogey that Pakistan continues to raise between India and Pakistan. Therefore, an attack on complete innocents, will Pakistan get away in the eyes of the International Committee of Nations just because there are too many conflicts, or the world has the stomach for India to take some sort of a military route past this, or military escalation past this?
I don't think many in the world are terribly surprised that, to say the very least, Pakistan turns a blind eye to terror organizations, and plenty of material that shows that they do offer real support as well. So are we going to turn a blind eye? No. I think most of the global community has largely abandoned Pakistan because of consistency in what we see right now. You don't see a lot of investment coming in from countries. You don't see a lot of development aid coming in, barring China and other countries that would cozy up to almost anybody that, is kind of against maybe the Western global system. So, in that sense, maybe the world has less levers, just because we can't talk about withdrawing support from Pakistan, because that had already been done, because we know that Pakistan has at least condoned. Sorry? So I don't think that this is going to change the way the rest of the world looks at Pakistan, the way that we treat Pakistan. Luckily, India, as the larger, more powerful partner, we will put full support behind India. We'll trust India to kind of take the appropriate measures. But as Lisa hinted, we don't want to see an overreach, and India doesn't want to either. This is a moment when India can begin luring a lot of investment that's looking to peel away from China, potential for a trade agreement with the United States. So India's got a lot at stake right now for stability that'll also help the homeland in terms of creating jobs and revitalizing the economy. So distraction, the word's been used a couple of times. India would like to have a measured, appropriate response, but also make sure that they're kind of back on track for a lot of the important engagements they have on the table.
And Lisa, let me go back to your association with the Trump administration and ask you that China question as well, because whenever it comes to India, Pakistan, and potentially a military conflict, China always becomes a player. Whether or not they get directly involved, but the shadow always looms large on the horizon, so to say. Do you think that at this point in time, when China is under additional pressure from the Trump administration on tariffs and otherwise also globally, do you think they will take a step back and allow this Indian response to play out without getting directly engaged or involved from the Pakistani side, or their all-weather friendship notwithstanding?
I think that's right. I think China is likely to stay out this time. They were involved to a certain degree during the 2019 crisis, but the relationship was at a different stage. I think right now China does have its hands full dealing with the U.S. and with tariffs. And also China and India have recently embarked on a sort of rapprochement or normalization of the relationship. China had agreed to back down on certain positions along the line of actual control. And so you were starting to see a thaw in India-China relations, which really began about a year ago, but kicked in last fall, last October. So I think China will want to stay out and stay neutral at this particular point. So I don't see China really getting very involved in this crisis. Traditionally, China has backed Pakistan and tried to take a role, pushing India back from retaliating. We certainly saw that in 2019. So I think, we have to wait and see what China's response is, but my sense is that they would hesitate to get too involved this time around. And again, it comes back to that U.S. role. And the U.S. has always been able to play, a role in reducing tensions when they become too high between India and Pakistan. But the question is whether this, second Trump administration can, organize itself and start playing that role. The question is, who's going to be the point person picking up the phone, talking to both sides? Is it going to be Secretary of State Rubio, National Security Advisor Waltz? How does the U.S. Get involved in trying to prevent a full-blown conflict in the South Asia region? There are also diplomatic steps. The U.S. can work with India to designate Pakistan-supported terrorists. It can, work with India on a diplomatic approach to put pressure on Pakistan for its support to terrorism. So there are steps that can be taken that could be seen as Indian retaliation, but short of, a major kinetic response.
But Lisa, my sense is that New Delhi is not going to be satisfied with those, what many would call cosmetic steps, designating terror groups, etc., etc. And the kind of language that we have heard from the apex of the political superstructure today in this country, coming from the Prime Minister himself, who prides himself in being a strong leader, is not the language, is not the kind of communication that he's putting out where he or his government would be satisfied with some kind of cosmetic steps. What do you think on that?
Well, I think you have a good point. I think this is a major terrorist attack. There is, high Indian suspicion that there's a Pakistani hand in it. And so there's going to be a lot of public pressure from the Indian public for Prime Minister Modi to respond in a firm way. We also have seen precedent India responded to the 2019 terrorist attack that killed 40 Indian soldiers in Kashmir by striking at a terror camp, alleged terror camp, deep in Pakistani territory. So India has already set that precedent for the kind of retaliation it would take. So I think the military, I think the Indian military and security forces will also be putting that pressure on the Prime Minister to retaliate in some firm way. So, we've yet to see how this plays out. I think in the 2019 situation, India responded about 12 days after the initial attack. So, there may be this period of time where the international community can step in and have a calming impact on the situation and find a way that India can retaliate in a way that doesn't escalate the situation and take us closer to an India-Pakistan all-out war.
Richard, my final question to you before I let both of you go, at least this evening, is this a realistic possibility that India retaliates and post that the situation can de-escalate? Is this a realistic possibility? Because remember, 2019 was first time for Pakistan also when they saw that kind of response that they saw from the Indian side. Prior to that, for a very long time, they were used to carrying out these kind of terror strikes and not get anything paid back in the similar currency. So 2019 was the first time when that Rubicon was crossed, so to say. This is going to be the time number 2 from the Indian side. So is it possible that India reacts and then the situation de-escalates? Or this is currently anybody's guess, as Lisa began by saying this is a very alarming situation?
Well, you did also have the surgical strikes after the 2016 attack. So actually, we've had a couple times now where India's had a more robust response that's less than war. So I wouldn't be surprised at all, if India initiates a counterattack. We've seen it a couple of times now for them to take out terrorist camps on the other side. But India has also a tremendous stake in seeing some level of stability sooner rather than later. So I think, trying to teach Pakistan a lesson, doing so in a measured way. India is the much larger power, kind of choosing when it's time to dial things back. India has the control and ability to do that. So you can see a pathway forward based on the last couple of times, but sometimes there are unknowns. When bullets are flying, when bombs are dropping, you never know where things might lead. So I can imagine a controlled, measured response we've seen in the recent past, a couple of incidents. But you can't control every possible outcome once munitions begin flowing. So we're going to be watching this extremely closely. Again, here in D.C., a lot of India-focused business community meetings the last couple of days. Everybody recognizing the attack that happened. The finance minister, of course, leaving D.C. early because of that. But I would say so far, at least in the business community, people aren't getting whipped up into a frenzy because they know India also has a major stake in the global economy for creating jobs and such. So I suspect that that there will be a response, but also hopefully we'll get back to status quo and back on good things happening before too long.
So on a very somber, very somber background on a very somber day, we were able to end on that hopeful note that India and Pakistan, or the relations or the conflict, can probably end on a rather bittersweet note. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Liza Curtis, always ever so erudite, and Mr. Russo, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah. Thanks.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
Welcome back. The fast-paced developments post the terrorist attack in Pahalgam continue. India has today told Pakistani nationals on Indian soil that they must leave. The 27th is the deadline which is given to them. Those who've come here on a medical visa have gotten 2 days more. They have to exit this country. These are some of the strictest steps that India has taken, in addition to blocking or holding the Indus Valley water sharing agreement, Indus water sharing agreement in abeyance. That happened yesterday following a cabinet committee on security meet. At this stage, there is an important meeting of all the parties, important parties in Delhi. It's being headed by the government. It's a briefing to all of these leaders. Let's go across now to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain for more on this. Aishwarya, what's happening?
Well, after the stern message from the Prime Minister from the soil of Bihar to identify, track and punish, it is a series of meetings that went on in the national capital as well. First, it was the Jal Shakti Ministry which conducted its own meeting regarding the decision that was taken for suspension of the Indus Water Treaty and how to execute it. After that, we saw how the Home Minister and the External Affairs Minister briefed the President of India about the entire developments that have taken place and what decisions the Government of India has taken in the CCS. And now an all-important all-party meeting is currently underway, which is chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. We have been told till now the Home Minister and External Affairs Minister at the beginning of this meeting had briefed the political leaders who had participated in this particular meeting, and the sources have indicated that each and every political party flow leader who is present in this meeting will be given a chance to speak as well, and there would be a consultative process. Sources indicated that unanimously there would be a resolution that would be passed with, from the all-party meeting to condemn this terror attack.
All right, Aishwarya, we leave it over there. Thanks very much for sharing those details. We'll take a short break. There's more coming up.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future.
Welcome to The Southern View. Our thoughts and focus remain with the families of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Several emotional moments as they bid their final goodbye, even as the top of the political leadership put out a message of unity and strength. Let's take you through the headlines we're tracking this hour. The government holds an all-party meeting to brief all political forces on the terror attack. Home Minister Shah briefs opposition and NDA parties of the attack. Strong voices emerge for political unity. Prime Minister Modi sends a stern message to the world, says India will no longer tolerate and will trace, identify and punish terrorists and their backers. Pakistan suspends the Shimla agreement and closes down its airspace to India. After India's visa deadline to Pakistanis, both countries asks their citizens from the other to leave without delay. Difficult and emotional moments amidst a strong message from the top political leadership. An all-party meeting is underway as the government briefs all political parties of the situation. But as I mentioned, emotional moments in Bengaluru, like the rest of India, as many of the victims of that inhuman terror attack in Pahalgam were paid their last respects. In Bengaluru, 41-year-old Bharat Bhushan's friends and family and many people from his area and the rest of the city bid their final goodbye to him, to a young man who had just changed career paths and celebrated his birthday just a few days ago. He was shot right in front of his wife and toddler son. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the governor amongst those who paid their respects. Those images on your screens from that final goodbye. In Shivamogga, a final goodbye to Manjunath Rao, who was vacationing with his wife Pallavi and was shot right in front of her. Hundreds had gathered along with Manjunath's family and friends. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi amongst those who paid his respects, last respects there. In Andhra Pradesh, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu paid his last respects to retired SBI employee J.C. Chandramouli, who was on a vacation with a few of his friends. And in Nellore, Deputy Chief Minister Pavan Kalyan paid his last respects to S. Madhusudan, who was also with his family in Pahalgam. My colleague Deepak Bhupanna spoke with Bharat Bhushan's wife in Bengaluru, and my colleague Uma Sudhir had spoken to one of Chandramauli's friends. Both of them were in Pahalgam and were eyewitnesses to that horrific incident.
It's an hour of grief. My condolences to you and your family members. It must have been a very hard situation for you being in Kashmir when the situation unfolded. If you could just take us through those moments, only if it is okay with you, because I understand what you're going through now.
We went there for vacation on the 18th, and Pahalgam was the last spot that we wanted to see. And we went up to Baisaran through the pony ride. And on reaching there, we took all photographs. We were playing. We had our child with us. And we were looking at the scenery, trying out the Kashmiri costumes, everything. Suddenly, we heard a lot of shots. And that seemed like crackers initially. I thought they were just driving away maybe the birds or wild animals, but then they kept continuing and becoming louder. Then we realized within few seconds that this is not typical. It's an attack, and we started hiding behind those tents.
Yeah.
Those Kashmiri tents were there in the middle of the field. You know how Baisaran is, right? It's a large field. And we were there, right in the middle of it. Anywhere we tried to run, it's quite a far distance to the perimeter. So we hid behind the tent, and I saw a few terrorists coming from behind us. One of them, there were few tents like how we were hiding behind. One of them went to a tent probably 100 feet away. He kicked a person and shot him in the head. And he kept doing for two more people like that. I couldn't hear what he was saying. But then when he was nearing our tent, I could hear that he was saying, how could you enjoy your vacation like this when our children are suffering, when we are suffering? Haven't you seen the news? How could you just enjoy just like that? He spoke like that to a senior man like that. And then he shot him in the head. He shot like that only to one more person, and then he came to my husband. He did not even speak.
Okay.
He just shot.
Ma'am, I heard that, also Mr. Bharat requested that he has a 3-year-old child to,
He was requesting, I have a child, please spare me. He just shot and left.
Well, I'm really sorry for what happened, ma'am. Let's hope that the governments really work towards ensuring security of all the citizens.
I hope they do. This is continuing. I don't know when this is going to stop.
Among those who travelled from Andhra Pradesh to Pahalgam and became a victim of the terror attack was 70-year-old Chandramouli, who was a travel enthusiast and went along with his wife Nagamani and 2 other couples to Pahalgam. I am now joined by Mr. Shashidhar, who was along with Mr. Chandramouli on this trip. Mr. Shashidhar, first of all, really sorry for what has happened. I understand the last rites are to happen tomorrow. His 2 daughters are away in the US and you're awaiting their arrival, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. One daughter is just now arrived and another is expected to arrive today night.
What happened on that day? You were very enthusiastically, all 3 of you, 3 couples had gone to Srinagar and were traveling there. You, in fact, shared with us earlier that he had celebrated his 70th birthday just on the 18th, even as you all left for Srinagar.
Yes, ma'am. On 18th only his birthday was there. And actually he promised a big bash after we returned from that tour, actually. and he entirely led the tour. He planned the tour actually.
What happened on that day? You, all three of you were, you were telling me that it was very difficult to actually climb that area to reach to that place which many people popularly call as mini Switzerland. And you actually did a trek, and Mr. Chandramouli was urging the women in the group as well not to lose out on this opportunity. Please share with us those memories.
Actually, that was a very difficult terrain with rocks and all. By horses only we can climb there, ma'am. So we all went by 6 horses. On the way, actually, our ladies, they were fed up with this. That was a tortuous journey, in fact. But he asked us to, he somehow encouraged us to go over there and see, because that's once in a lifetime opportunity. That's what he said. So we went there around 1 or 1:30, ma'am. So after reaching over there, we immediately went to the washrooms. So after 1, 2 or 3 people went to washroom and came out, we had these gunshots from faraway woods. We thought that some people were hunting, in fact. But again, we had some 3 to 4 shots, and we also had some screaming of the ladies from over the ground, and some persons were lying on the ground. And one person was standing there with a gun, and he's firing because many people are there at that place near the shops and canteens. So then we thought that yes, there is an attack and we should escape, and we just hid behind the toilet block. There are 2 toilets, and we just stood behind the toilets, all 6 and some other couples also. So then immediately one terrorist, he started walking towards us. So we thought that this is not a safe place to stay. We should somehow escape, but we don't know how to escape because the entire place is cordoned off with a fencing. And in the fencing, at some place, there's a gap between the fencing and the ground. So we slid through the fencing one by one and one by one. Lastly, my wife came out, and Mr. Chandramouli, actually, he helped her to come out of that one. Then we just crossed a small stream, and we again climbed up a hill, just few feet. And we all hid behind the trees. But immediately, that terrorist followed us. And he came very nearer to Mr. Chandramouli and our ladies, my wife and Mrs. Sesikumari. So when he came there, he shot some 3 to 4 bullets, in fact, and went towards our ladies where they were standing, and he saw them and he went away. So we thought that yes, he did not do anything, but we did not know that he shot at Mr. Chandramouli. And when my wife and the other persons saw him very closely, at that time Chandramouli was lying down. So we thought that he was just injured and he was lying down.
The attacker was not masked and he was wearing military overalls kind of a thing, is it?
Yes, ma'am. It's not masked. He was wearing a turban and wearing a military camouflage pant and some overcoat like thing, ma'am. It's a olive color, so ma'am. And he was young, just less than 25 years or so. That's what I could see from 100 to 150 feet away from them. I was hiding behind a tree, actually.
And then you people trekked down for about 2 hours, and it's only later that you came to know that Mr. Chandramouli has been shot dead. But was there no security in that area at all?
No security at all, ma'am. Actually, in the entire Kashmir area, wherever we go, we found security, ma'am. Everywhere we found that it was safest. But at this specific place, not even a single police person is there now. Police or army person is there. So that was the main reason, actually, because most these casualties had happened. Even if some people are there, these people would not have dared so much to come onto the open ground and fire everybody indiscriminately, whoever they wanted to.
Well, as the families bid goodbye, there was a strong message from the political leadership. The Prime Minister sending out a message of stern action, and an all-party meet underway in the national capital. Reactions from across the political spectrum sending a message of unity. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar sent a strong message not to politicize the situation. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah too had condemned the attack, but had also pointed and questioned intelligence failure leading to it.
Friends, today from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
சமீபத்திய ஆண்டுகளில் பொதுமக்கள் மீது நடத்தப்பட்ட மிகப்பெரிய தாக்குதல் என்று அம்மாநில முதலமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு உமர் அப்துல்லா அவர்கள் குறிப்பிட்டுள்ளார்கள். இந்த தாக்குதலுக்கு பயங்கரவாத அமைப்பு ஒன்று பொறுப்பேற்றுள்ளது. அங்கே எத்தகைய மோசமான, கொடூரமான, பயங்கரமான சூழல் நிலவுகிறது என்பதற்கு இது எடுத்துக்காட்டாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது. பயங்கரவாத தீவிரவாத அமைப்புகள் எத்தகைய எண்ணம் கொண்டவையாக இருந்தாலும் அவற்றை இரும்பு கரம் கொண்டு ஒடுக்க வேண்டும்.
We have been supporting the government for such type of incidents. Whatever may be, we stand by the government because country's integrity is very much important. We should maintain peace. All should maintain. No one should politicalize this issue. This is not an issue to politicize. Now we let us stand united and protect the Indians at large.
Aishwarya Jain joins me from New Delhi. Now he's been tracking that all-party meet that's going on there. Give us a sense of the reactions from across the political spectrum at that meeting, Aishwarya.
Well, only all-important all-party meeting is currently underway at the Parliament. It is Home Minister, Defence Minister and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar who has briefed the political parties who have participated in today's meeting. First of all, the developments that have taken place and the steps that have taken by the government so far, and the decisions that have been made yesterday by the CCS under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. At the beginning of the all-party meeting, it was a 2-minute silence that was observed by all the political leaders who were invited for this meeting, including the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi. It was a stern message, and the government want to bring the entire political spectrum, all the political parties into consideration. They wanted to bring them on board as far as the consensus building of what is the suitable decision that India can take as far as the counteraction against Pakistan and the perpetrators who are sitting across the border. It is also the sources within the all-party meeting had indicated to us that there would be a resolution that the government might bring, and it will be passed unanimously to condemn the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam. It will be also every member who is a part of this all-party meeting will be given a chance to speak, and there will be a consultative process as well to how to counter this kind of attack that has taken place on the Indian soil. Of course, Prime Minister's message was firm to track, identify and punish them. It was Home Minister and External Affairs Minister just before the all-party meeting also briefed the President of India. We would be keeping a close eye on this resolution that will be passed in this all-party meeting, right, and what will transpire. It's still underway in the Parliament.
Right, thanks very much there, Aishwarya Jain. We will keep a close watch on that meeting. Joining me this evening is also Lieutenant General Kamal Dawar, former Chief of India's Defence Intelligence Agency. General Dawar, a strong message from the top of the political leadership. Your thoughts and key focus areas as India calibrates its response.
First of all, my deep condolences to the families who have lost their dear ones in a dastardly attack by Pakistani-inspired terrorists yesterday. as far as we are concerned, India is always united against terror, and we will ensure by various options, whether it's kinetic or non-kinetic or a combination of both, that the Pakistani terrorists and all those perpetrators of this crime and all those who have engineered it from behind the scenes are also punished, taken to task. First of all, I would like to say that the all-powerful, formidable for the Pakistanis. General Naseem Munir, their Pakistani army chief, made an unnecessary, uncalled for, very provocative statement the other day. And the next day, this terrorist attack takes place. He spoke about Hindus and Muslims and the absurd two-nation theory, which in any case we don't accept as far as India is concerned. Now it's a matter. Now the government, when very rightly so, have taken a few measures. Of course, the Pakistanis have also retaliated by taking a couple of similar measures which the government of India takes. And I think Pakistan is going to be in deep trouble in the coming days, coming weeks. Both, I cannot spell out and what the options are going to be, but there are many options on our table. And I'm sure the government, the Cabinet Committee on Security, and in consultation with the opposition, will be taking some appropriate steps to ensure that the perpetrators of crime, which is the Pakistanis, as the world knows that they are the epicenter, the citadel of terrorism all across the world, and they have to be taken to task. So I'm sure what we should do and what we should not do would be being discussed, contemplated, and I'm sure there would be certain contingency plans already in the files. And let's see what happens in the next few days. But the fact remains that India-Pakistan relations are at a low ebb, all thanks to the Pakistanis. The Pakistanis just don't understand that they're very myopic and self-destructive policies towards India are going to cost them more, not us.
Right, General Dawar, as you make that point, some sections have also raised questions about intelligence, whether there was a forewarning. What would be your assessment of those? Right.
First of all, I'm Kamal Dawar, not the way you're pronouncing, but not to worry. As far as there has been an intelligence failure, there is no denying the fact. And I want to tell you that, security is a 24/7 affair. You have to have boots on the ground. You may induct a few, modern technologies and all that, but the fact remains in counter-terrorist operations, in vigilance, you may have some tech-advanced machinery and gadgets and all that, but the fact is that you have to have boots on the ground to do patrolling. And and it is not only the army units or formation headquarters or some VIP residences which have to be looked after. Anywhere where there is a gathering of people, even if it's, tourists or a huge hotel or some other place of fun and frolic, there must be some police cover. There must be some security cover. And your grassroots intelligence has to be absolutely of a very high order. Otherwise, you'll always get surprised. And why will you get surprised? Because you see, the terrorist has initiative in his own hands. He's just moving around left, right, and center. And wherever he sees there is some gap in your surveillance or a lack of security cover, he can strike. Now, this is the advantage which a terrorist always has. So to ensure that we don't let the terrorists have their say or do what we want them not to do, our boots on the ground, a lot of security cover, vigilance, and of course, also aided by high technology gadgetry. So there has been an intelligence failure, there's no doubt in it, and somebody must answer for it. People who are on the ground there, whichever security force has been assigned that particular area, I'm afraid they have to answer for this lapse of security cover, which has resulted in one of the worst terrorist strikes in the last many years. 26 people dying for no rhyme or reason, I'm afraid is not a healthy sign at all as far as our security apparatus is concerned, and we must answer for it whoever was responsible.
Right. Thanks very much, General Dawar. I hope I got the name right this time. Thanks very much for those points that you've made. Obviously, we'll keep in mind those important inputs from you. But also with me this evening are two prominent Bengalurians, Priya Chetty Rajagopal and Dr. Mirza Alamdar. Dr. Mirza, first to you, your thoughts as we go through this very difficult moment.
Today we grieve. We grieve for Mr. Bhushan and Mr. Manjunath Rao, who returned to Karnataka not as tourists but as martyrs. And we grieve all the martyrs of the Pahalgam attack. This ideology, this extremist ideology has not been since today. It has been there since the land of Karbala. And even Muslims alike have been martyred all around the world by this same ideology. To the families, we give our deepest condolences. Karnataka mourns with you, India mourns with you, and we want decisive action. The time for talks and everything is over. We want decisive action. Citizens want action on the ground.
Right. Important point that you make there. Priya Chetty Rajagopal, as you see all this, there is also the question of Kashmir being that vacation dream that seems to have taken a big hit and an emotional hit as well, and that as we mourn and we go through this painful moment. Your thoughts?
My condolences first to the 26 people who died and the many who were injured, and particularly for those from our state of Karnataka, Mr. Manjunath, Mr. Bharat Bhushan, and Mr. Madhusudan, who leave very, I'm sure, sorrowful families. I think in some ways we were lulled into a sense of security. Kashmir has been sort of quietly, I'm not going to get into the politics of it. I'm just saying in terms of a place to visit, a place to go to, once again feeling a sense of connectedness to, this wonderful, beautiful, absolutely breathtaking state that is part of India. We have all started connecting again. So I think maybe that sense of comfort that, everything is back to usual has been shocked into complete and utter despair and shock. And that's something that I'm feeling. I can hear the rhetoric. I can completely understand the Prime Minister's response to this. I can also relate to the fact that he's away in Saudi, he came back for this. You have the Vice President of the US visiting. So there's a context and an ecosystem in which this is happening. But look at the fact that a bunch of tourists who are just having a great time, sitting in sitting to maybe grab a meal. Somebody went to go and get bread for his son. I mean, you're talking about the most banal of happy tourist memories. And suddenly these uniformed people come in and they shoot at such a random manner, including the fact that, you're having fun where we are dying. I don't know what the politics of that is, but I think it's completely, it's just so unnecessary, and it's such a derailment to all the good things that have been happening so far. Deaths are much more than that. I mean, this is what I would not agree about being martyred, because they did not sign up to be martyrs. They had just gone for a holiday, and this is just the most incredibly tragic thing that could have happened. Having said that, look at the
incredible.
Yeah, look at the background right now.
No, absolutely.
Kashmir is moving forward.
No, go on, Priya, go on.
You have a socio-economic sense of progress, right? Things have been moving forward. Tourism has been coming back, and don't forget that's one of the biggest income earners in Kashmir, if I'm not wrong. And the people of Kashmir rallied around the tourists, did everything they could to support them. This derangement from the focus is going to cause a problem. And my worry also is, as a person who would have probably lost a loved one or whatever, and I have a special connection. I come from an army background, and I also understand, some of the mechanics of these things, how it can go wrong.
Right.
We have lulled into insecurity. We've been underrepresented as far as our intelligence and perhaps our feet on ground is concerned. But the reaction to rush into revenge and to punish is a worry for me, because right now this is
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure it's a worry for many as well. And, as we mourn those who lost their lives there, we're also keeping a focus on several other developments that there. But thanks very much, Priya, as well as Dr. Mirza Alamdar, for joining us here on the Southern View this evening. That's all we have time for on the show this evening. News and updates will continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's on.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Finessa windows, beautiful and durable designs, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
I've been reporting.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. The centre convened an all-party meeting today in the aftermath of the terror attack in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, which left 26 people dead and several others injured. Now, it is clear that the government wants to hit Pakistan hard, which is why it has launched a very strong diplomatic offensive. But it also wants consensus from stakeholders on this, which is why it wants the country's political class to speak in one voice, which is why this all-party meeting was held. Incidentally, just today, addressing a public rally in Bihar's Madhubani district, the Prime Minister's first public speech after the terror attack in Kashmir, the Prime Minister emphatically said that those responsible for the terror attack and their conspirators will be punished beyond their imagination. They will be identified, tracked down and punished. This is what he has. Now, sources in the central government said that Union Minister for Home Affairs Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh reached out to several leaders of various political parties yesterday before the all-party meeting that is underway now. Will the opposition align with the government in its approach or point to gaps or work with the government to ensure what is best for the country? That is what we discuss in the course of the next 20 minutes. We will be joined by a panel of experts. We'll also get to an important voice from J&K. But first, let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said today in Bihar.
Friends, today from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
Well, my colleague Aishwarya joins us now. He's been tracking this all-party meeting for us. Aishwarya, tell us the optics of this all-party meeting. This is an extremely sensitive issue. The country matters more than anything else. And I'm sure the opposition parties are also very cautious about the language that they use in this regard. Several statements have come out from opposition leaders on how they have unifiedly condemned this attack. Tell us what is expected in this meeting. What did you gather from there?
Well, look at the series of events and meetings that had taken place today in the national capital after Prime Minister's stern message from the soil of Bihar that we will first identify, then we will track down, and then we will punish the terrorists over there. Soon after that, we saw how the Home Minister and the External Affairs Minister briefed the President of India, and after that, an all-party meeting started in the parliament. It's been more than 1.5 hours that the all-party meeting is underway. But what we have been told till now by sources within the political parties who are inside, that it was in the beginning, a 2-minute silence was observed for those who had been killed in the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam. And after that, it was a briefing that was given by the External Affairs Minister, Defense Minister and Home Minister to the political leaders who were part of the all-party meeting. The sources have indicated that the government will in all likelihood will be bringing a resolution to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack, and there would be each and every member of this all-party meeting would be given a chance to speak and also to suggest the government how to counter attack and isolate Pakistan in different ways. It is, of course, from AIMIM to all major political parties who had been invited. The responsibility was earlier given to Home Minister Amit Shah, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. And remember, the statements made by different political leaders that at this point of time, at the hour of grief, the entire political leadership, the political parties beyond the party lines, be it from the opposition parties or from the NDA, are standing together with the government of India, and whatever decision the government of India will take to provide security to our citizens and to neutralize the terrorists, the perpetrators who are sitting beyond the borderline. The political parties are together with the government, and that's the message that they wanted to send out from this all-party meeting, which is still underway in the parliament.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. We will keep coming back to you even as this meeting gets underway. Remember, this is an important all-party meeting that the centre has convened, and the centre hopes to build consensus on its approach to counter-terrorism that has originated from Pakistan, something that was very clear in the Pahalgam terror attack. Earlier today, we also spoke to Srinagar Lok Sabha MP Aga Syed Ruhullah Mehdi, and this is the conversation I had with him. Well, Jammu and Kashmir National Conference leader and Srinagar Lok Sabha MP Aga Syed Ruhullah Mehdi joins us now. Mr. Mehdi, thank you so much for your time on NDTV. My first question to you, sir. You've just had an all-party meeting in Srinagar. How do you see the Pahalgam terror attack? What does this mean for the people of Jammu and Kashmir? Because this kind of brutality on civilians is something the country hasn't witnessed in several years.
Well, it's a dastardly terror attack. I mean, no words are enough to condemn this act of terror. And this reminds of what we, the people of Jammu and Kashmir, in particular, have been going for the last 3 decades, and for the lives that we have sacrificed, both within Jammu and Kashmir and those from outside Jammu and Kashmir. This is a reminder of the fight that we have been fighting and the sacrifices that we have made. No words are enough to condemn this act of terror. But these were not the guests; these were the fellow citizens who laid their lives in this attack, who had come here to spend a good time, a few days out of their busy schedule, and would have, come here with hope to create good memories. But this incident left scarring memories for the families and for the population in general. So there are no enough words for us to condemn this. And
Right.
I assure you, people of Jammu and Kashmir stand united against this act of terror and the ideology which feeds these kinds of acts.
Right, just coming to that in a bit. So there have also been back-to-back review meetings in the last 2 days. Home Minister was in Pahalgam, so was the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. All party meetings are being held both in Srinagar and in Delhi. How do you look at this collective condemnation of terror? There's also a diplomatic offensive that's been pushed against Pakistan. Parties in Kashmir have been organizing bunds, speaking in one unified voice. But Mr. Mehdi, words don't build lasting peace. So clearly there's something more that's required, isn't it?
Well, more than words. There needs to be an effort to bring a complete end to these acts, and we need to evolve more. Beyond words, and we need to find resolve these issues that feed these kind of acts, or provide this environment for these kind of acts. In terms of Kashmir, no political party had, ever thought that this kind of organic protest against this act of terror would be witnessed. But this organic response from the people of Jammu and Kashmir against this act of terror is not only reassuring, but a reminder that we need to do something more than words. We have been hearing about the diplomatic, posturing that has been happening for the since yesterday. And we hope that something substantial happens, which brings a closer to this issue and the environment which feeds with these incidents.
Right. Mr. Mehdi, also, the resurgence of terror in Kashmir, people who have lived through the 80s and 90s in Kashmir are aware of what radicalism can do to the valley, singling out people, asking people their identities, making it clear that this is about faith and nationality, targeting tourists. What does this say about the kind of terrorism that is clearly surging in this valley? We've seen attacks on army personnel earlier, migrant workers, Kashmiri pundits, and now it's the tourists. Do you see?
More than the people in the rest of the nation, it's very important for us in Jammu and Kashmir to understand what's behind this, because this is unprecedented and unacceptable. Targeting people on the basis of their religion, on the basis of their faith, identifying them for their faith and then targeting them is unacceptable and at the same time unprecedented. What do they want to achieve out of this? What was the objective for this? We need to know, we the people of Jammu and Kashmir, because we do not identify ourselves with that kind of ideology. We have been the victims of this kind of ideology. We have always fought against this kind of ideology. But we need to know. We need to know about the people who were behind this, who organized this, and what was the purpose that they wanted to serve. This nation is already in a fragile in terms of fragile and state in terms of communal harmony. Who is it? Who are the forces? Those who want to add to the the disturbances in already a fragile social fabric. I would again say that we, the people of Jammu and Kashmir, do not, support this kind of ideology. We do not identify ourselves with this. Whoever has done this is not the enemy of those who were the victims of this attack, but the enemy of the entire humanity, enemy of the religion of Islam. I fail to understand from which teaching of Islam could they derive the strength to kill others on the basis of religion.
Right. Mr. Mehdi, when you talk about the ideology that often, drives people to do this, how do you fight that ideology? Because often it is steeped in radicalism, extremism, and we did see even in elections, there were a number of independents who, who contested elections. So clearly, would you say that there are people in the valley who need to have this wake-up call that this is not something that they should be supporting because it's at the end of the day causing a lot of bloodbath and divisions in the society?
Whoever it is, wherever it is, he or she is, whether in valley or beyond valley, I mean, people need to realize that this is unacceptable. This is beyond any parameters of humanity, and this is unacceptable at all levels. And those who would be at any level sympathetic towards this kind of a cause, I mean, need to realize that this is inhumane. It is completely, I mean, unacceptable in this society. And I think, as I said, this society, the people of Jammu and Kashmir, they have reflected in their anger, in their response to this incident, and that will turn this kind of organic response from the people of Jammu and Kashmir will turn those fringe elements, I mean, into something that are not only unaccepted and they are unwanted as well.
Right. My last question to you, sir. Mr. Mehdi, how do you look at the impact of this incident on the tourism sector of Kashmir? Pahalgam, mini Switzerland, it was a popular tourist spot. You know, all of us have dreamt of going to Kashmir at some point. It's also the bread bowl of southern Kashmir. You know, there are these smaller places like Kulgam, Badgam, you know, where you come from. All these places were also being improved as tourist sites. Clearly, you know, those attempts will face a setback now. A red line has been crossed. How do you see Kashmir recovering from here on?
Though I would not want to make tourism the center point of this incident. This is beyond tourism. This is beyond the economics. It's about humanity. Humans have lost their lives in this incident, and we feel for them, and it's a loss for us. But as you said, in response to your question, the casualty is not the individuals, those who lost their lives, unfortunately. The casualty will be the bread and butter of the people of Jammu and Kashmir as well. As you know, a large section of the population in this valley, I mean, derive their, I mean, bread and butter from tourism, and it's a sector which contributes to almost 10 to 15% of the GDP of the state, and it was coming back to its great times, and it reflected in many sectors, in many activities around the valley. But after this, as someone rightly said, that those bullets were not only shot at those individuals, that those bullets were, I mean, also shot at the families, thousands of the families who earn their bread and butter. So, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to, I mean, make it a point around tourism.
Right. Sir, you've also been a critic of your own CM in the past, but in this case, are you completely with the National Conference, and also are you also aligned with some of the policies that the centre has also initiated in its counter-terrorism fight?
This is not a point where you, I mean, pull out your criticism and pull out your political points and issues. This is a disaster. This is a tragedy. And we all stand united. We all stand united in response to it, and fight in our fight back. I mean, against whatever happened in Pahalgam a few days ago.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mehdi, for giving us your time and speaking to NDTV. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was Lok Sabha MP from Srinagar, from the National Conference, Saga Syedullah Mehdi joining us. But now we also have Shazia Ilmi from the BJP. We have Mahima Singh from the Congress Party. Shazia, to you first. I remember speaking to you when the Kashmir elections, the assembly campaign was on. How big is this setback for everybody, for the administration specifically? And what does this mean for your vision of Naya Kashmir? What do you think needs to be fixed in the valley? What will it take to really do that?
Well, I think all of us feel devastated. It is terrible to see things that have unraveled in the last 2-3 days. All of us feel the grief, and I don't know what to say. There's so many thoughts in my mind. Clearly, you know, we follow the Supreme Court's orders. So I don't know whether we were ready to have an election there, whether something could have prevented this. But clearly there is something going on in this country. I'm going beyond. I mean, I'm not just talking about Uri here. I'm not talking about 2016, Uri and the surgical strikes. I'm not just talking about 2019 and Pulwama and the Balkot strikes, the air strikes. I'm talking about something deeper and that poison that there is, and I think, where is it coming from? And we've been at the receiving end since 1947. And I don't know. I mean, how much has Kashmir bled? How much has a country bled because of Kashmir? But clearly something has gone terribly wrong. And my sympathies are, I can't even sympathize, because when I can't console myself, I don't know whether I or you or anybody's in a position to console the aggrieved families, because it is beyond consolation now.
Right.
It's a huge setback for Naya Kashmir. Um, there's a reason why I'm not mentioning 2016 and 2019, because this is far worse than that, and those were such huge tragedies. But I think this poison that there is, and the enemy within, and all the fake narratives that are used, which have led to this poison and this discord, must be cut out totally. There is no scope for, forget terrorism, even terror seekers, terror creators, creators of fake narrative, people who go abroad and trash India and lie about India, and with this fake narrative of how unsafe minorities are. Because this is what you see, result of extremely poisonous discourse, untrue, selfish, completely diabolical discourse. And that must end. And I think after this, there'll be no takers for this rubbish anymore.
Okay. Mahima Singh, you heard Shazia out. We also saw statements from the Congress leadership. Is the party far more careful of its criticism of the government now, specifically because this is also about the larger question of national interest and national safety here?
Jai Hind. Vasudha, first of all, deepest condolences to those who have lost their loved ones. There are no words in which we can really grieve this loss, because what has happened is a direct attack, is a cowardly, dastardly direct attack on our unity and integrity of this country. I was hearing the BJP spokesperson carefully, and I hope the BJP has come across and read the resolution we have passed in our CWC today, because a CWC was convened. And there's no denying, Vasudha, that there have been major lapses in our intelligence. It's been an intelligence failure. There have been major lapses in our security protocols. Why did this happen? A comprehensive analysis needs to be conducted into those intelligence failures and security lapses. We also urge the government to look at these questions very critically and promptly, because as I speak, the all-party meet is on, because the Amarnath Yatra, is imminent. It's right around the corner. I was listening to the BJP spokesperson, and I agree with her that people have gone out and said that, earlier India was like this, but now it is safe. So I think the government needs to come out of its state of denial. This whole narrative of Naya Kashmir is exactly what is hurting the unity, integrity, and sanctity of our borders. Because we need to accept that the danger is right there around the corners. We need to understand that the security arrangements in this country will have to be robust, transparent, proactive. They will come from a place of acceptance. Till the point we go on saying that, that we are all safe and secure, we have our army is working so hard at the borders, but the government will need to understand that the threat is real. And we need to keep looking at it directly.
Shazia, there are, adding to what Mahima said, there are also key questions that are being asked not just by opposition parties but by experts also. And, that if there was any complacency in assuming that terrorists won't be targeted, or have terror groups refocused on the valley due to reduced pressure, or did we fail to take the Pakistani army chief's speech as a warning sign? Clearly, the government also will have to answer these questions at some point, isn't it?
Vasudha, shame on you and shame on this lady. I bring shame to you for questioning our agencies and actually being and supporting terrorists.
We are questioning the government. We are questioning the government. There were intelligence reports, Vasudha. I interject, sorry.
Shame on you. You know why?
The shame is on the government. Why are they politicizing? No, Vasudha. No, I will not allow this.
I'm just asking you. See, I'm just asking you that,
what is this kind of,
okay, but let's just have Shazia, please. Let's just have Shazia, please.
Because just now you're talking about my army.
No, Vasudha. She's nobody to bring.
Shazia,
the shame has been brought on the country, by the government, by the security lapses, by the intelligence failures. No.
Shame on you, Vasudha. And listen to me. Do some homework before you come and become an anchor. What are you saying? That we were not ready. That
Shazia, that's not what I said.
You said that.
No, not at all. Not at all. I basically said that
the lady and whose party has led to this situation. The way this whole thing of which religion is this? Who goes all over the world and spreads hatred and talk about how Muslims are victimized? When you know the
you're questioning Rahul Gandhi.
It was the Supreme Court which mandated the election. We were there. We were abrogated through Article 370. You know how Kashmir has been burning. And yes, it's a setback in Kashmir.
Yes, Shazia, we get your point completely. It's a valid point.
Let me get back to our Prime Minister, to my country and my army will not be tolerated. So I'm sorry, Vasudha, I know you don't
let me get in a response from Mahima here. Mahima, see, a lot about Jammu and Kashmir is not just about,
BJP spokesperson needs to be sorry.
Mahima, this is about radicalism, this is about ideology as well, right? So how are you going to fight that? Because this is about radicalism and ideology. This is about people, thinking that getting into radicalism will also fetch them certain things. How are you going to look at something like that?
Vasudha, BJP spokesperson is rightly sorry. She should be sorry because the BJP has been politicizing this whole issue. You see, Pulwama victims are still waiting for a justice. Please allow me to respond, Vasudha, like you allowed her to respond.
Yeah.
You see, the BJP has a lot to answer. The bodies have just been, families have bade farewell to their loved ones just a day ago, and the Prime Minister is out electioneering in Bihar. What do we assume of that?
See, he was also in Bihar for the National Panchayati Raj Day, so that is not electioneering. It was part of a government program. So I don't think that we can really blame the Prime Minister for that because he's there for a government program. Let me get in Shazia here for her closing remarks. Shazia, closing remarks from you. Yeah.
Vasudha, this doesn't behave your channel and you
I'm coming to you. Let me ask Shazia.
You have allowed the BJP spokesperson to have it her way. BJP Chhattisgarh tweets about Hindu Muslim. You see, they are reducing this whole act against humanity to Hindu Muslim.
Can we just have Shazia? Yeah.
Do you know when this happened?
Yes, Shazia,
2009. And Naya Kashmir, do you know what's happened to Kashmir? And do you know the lady who was speaking, the family to which she pays allegiance and the party have done this? They go all over, they go abroad and they go all over trashing our government. And now she's blaming our security forces. You are taking her question. It's not you. I'm not talking. Vasudha, I'm very angry. I don't mean to take out my anger on you. But you should know better than question our army and our intelligence agencies.
No, I'm not questioning. I didn't question the army at all. I will never do that.
You should not allow asking. I mean, लाखों लानत में भेजती हूँ लानत.
No, you please state your point here.
Shame on these people who are questioning our Prime Minister and our.
No, I'm just asking your response here. I'm not really. Yeah.
Ask her party members and the Robert Vadra and the likes and Rahul Gandhis of the world.
Okay, let's ask her that. Okay, Mahima Singh, you heard Shazia. Now it's your turn. Please respond.
Vasudha, you are allowing the politicization of this whole issue. Vasudha, we are questioning the government if we should not ask questions of the Home Minister and the Prime Minister today. Who should we ask? We are reminded of Chitti Singhipura. We are reminded of security lapses during Chitti Singhipura. That was also the BJP government around then. You see, Vasudha, this whole government, they will not own up, they will not be, want to be accountable. Pulwama happened in the same manner.
Also not the
Victims
time
are
to
still
ask
awaiting
these
justice.
Because there will
what
obviously
is she talking about?
Review meetings that will be held, to ask those questions. The most important thing is also to stand united against terror.
You have to hold a fair debate.
You'll have to do gaps
you are doing
and work to the together. Is
the demise martyrs of this act of terrorism.
Okay, so could the all-party meeting become a platform for the government to assert its foreign policy or renew its counter-terrorism measures? Remember that this is also the time for the opposition and the parties and the ruling party, the ruling coalition, to come together and forget its differences and work on only one thing, which is to basically counter the kind of terrorism that we have seen in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll keep tracking all of that. With that, it's a wrap on the show. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Narendra Modi, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist, their handlers and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism.
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but
Good evening and a very warm welcome to all of our viewers from across the country and across the world. This is a live broadcast from Anantnag district in Jammu and Kashmir. We've just spent the day in the Pahalgam hills that you see in the distance behind me. You probably can't because it's already dark, but that's where the ghosts of Pahalgam becomes our special broadcast on the second half of our show today. But we are beginning things today with the big decisions that have been taken by India in an interim measure against Pakistan as a possible precursor to big action that could be coming. And I'm going to tell you why from here in Anantnag, and after spending the day in Pahalgam, speaking to the people who were there when the terror attack happened, some of the people whose livelihoods have been destroyed, some of the people who helped, and the security forces who are now hunting the terrorists, as the Prime Minister promised from Bihar this morning. We also want to tell all of our viewers that we're tracking all the parallel threads of this evolving story. The security situation, the political situation, and the military situation that could very soon become center stage in the aftermath of Pahalgam. In our coverage tonight, remember, all things boil down to how it began with the Prime Minister making one of his hardest promises he has perhaps ever made before. Listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking in Bihar today.
Friends, today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
Is there war? Is there retribution ahead? Is there hard action ahead by India against Pakistan? Well, it is no longer speculation. Everyone seems to be reasonably clear, especially after of yesterday and today, that something big is ahead. What it might be, what the shape of it is, we don't want to guess. We don't want to second guess. We do not want to conjecture. But take a look at these indicators that seem to suggest that the decks have indeed been cleared for something big. These are the top 5 indicators that we are interpreting as indicators of action ahead. Number 1, the big diplomatic strike. Pakistani visas have all been scrapped. Pakistanis are no longer welcome in India. Active visas have 2 days to expire. No new visas will be granted to Pakistani nationals. Even medical visas, medical tourism visas will not be granted to any Pakistani national. That's one of the harshest steps taken by India. 72-hour deadline, the Indus Water Treaty, which was revoked yesterday and put on hold. Diplomatic presence has been cut in high commissions. Consensus building is already in motion by the government in Delhi. All-party meet is happening as we speak in the national capital right now. The Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, that is President Murmu, has been personally apprised of what could lie ahead. Global support has been rallied by India's diplomatic machinery. Ambassadors and high commissioners have all been briefed. Foreign envoys have been briefed. World leaders from everywhere have expressed their solidarity and support for India. It seems that after the Prime Minister made that promise today, it seems that support for India is growing and there could be a large window for India to actually take the action that the Prime Minister has promised he will be doing. Now, on NDTV, we've got the finest team of reporters looking at every aspect of everything I've just named. And I want to introduce all of them to you because they've been breaking every single thread of this evolving story. We have Sunil Prabhu, we have Vishnu Shom, we have Maria Shakil, and we have Aishwarya Jain. All of them plugged into the aspects of this story that is rapidly in motion and possibly moving towards something that India has never seen. Sunil, I want to start with you. The all-party meeting, was the big political story of the day, being seen unanimously as a move by the Modi government to build consensus, to get all the opposition parties on board, perhaps for something big that's going to happen. What are you hearing, Sunil?
Well, 2-3 important points. One, of course, that there is a broad consensus for the government to act. As you rightly pointed out, the timing and when and where and how they go about it. They've left it to the armed forces, and the opposition parties have supported the government in that decision. But of course, the question of accountability, the intelligence failure, the security lapses also have been reflected, and something that the government will have to look at to ensure the larger safety of tourists as well as others in the Kashmir Valley and as well as across the country.
Very important. And Maria, you know, when we were talking about what the Prime Minister said earlier, coming as it did a few hours after, the Indus water announcement was made, which has caused its own separate kind of meltdown in Pakistan, it seems that the wheels are turning quite rapidly on this. And the all-party meeting that's taking place right now, is a basis for what lies ahead.
Yes, that's right. So it will be more of a political consensus building, as Sunil was pointing out, because the political class in India cannot speak in multiple voices here, Shiv. They have to speak in near unanimity as far as the future course of action is concerned. But the Prime Minister's message came from Madhubani in Bihar. The message was loud and clear. When he switched from Hindi to English, the message was to the world community that they have to back India when it comes to its fight against terrorism. India has got support from Donald Trump. India has got support from heads of several other countries as well. All of them have said that they stand firmly with India in this fight against terrorism. So now it remains to be seen what will be the decision that will be taken by the Prime Minister. Has that decision been taken already? It's only a matter of execution, because let's not forget, the Prime Minister's anger was a reflection of the entire country, and it was palpable with every word that he said in that 3 minutes, that perhaps summed up the entire, sentiment of India today.
Before I go to Vishnu and Aishwarya, a very quick word from Sunil. Once again, Sunil, the diplomatic outreach also I wanted to ask you about. That is also crucial. Briefing of ambassadors and high commissioners, getting world leaders on board seems to be a very important piece of this entire effort.
Absolutely. And